Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I should have trusted my instincts when we first turned onto that unmarked Forest Service road. The main campground had been bustling with activity. Families gathered around proper fire pits, RVs neatly parked in designated spots. The comfort of civilization just barely contained by the surrounding wilderness. But I had been determined to find somewhere more secluded, somewhere authentic, as I kept insisting to Jen and our friend Kimberly. Just a bit further, I promised, ignoring the concerned glances they exchanged as our sedan bounced over increasingly rough terrain. The ranger said there are dispersed camping spots down this way. What the ranger had actually said was that these remote sites were rarely used except by experienced backcountry campers, a category that, in retrospect, clearly excluded us with our department store tents and cooler full of craft beer. The sunlight faded rapidly as we ventured deeper, transforming the forest from a welcoming green sanctuary to a maze of grasping shadows and obscured paths. By the time we found a small clearing suitable for camping, darkness had fully descended. The headlights of our car carved out a meager circle of visibility, revealing a patch of flattened earth surrounded by unusually dense forest. The trees stood abnormally close together, creating what appeared to be a solid wall of vegetation just beyond our small clearing. "This doesn't look right," Jen said, her voice tight with apprehension as she surveyed the site. "Where are the fire rings? Or any sign that people camp here?" "It's perfect," I insisted, though an uncomfortable sensation had begun forming in the pit of my stomach. We wanted isolation, didn't we? Kimberly remained silent, her attention fixed on the tree line. Later, she would tell me she thought she'd seen movement there, something tall shifting between the trunks. At the time, she dismissed it as exhaustion from our long drive. We unloaded our gear in tense silence, the sounds of our movements unnaturally amplified in the still air. No distant laughter from other campers. No comforting murmur of a nearby stream. Just the soft thud of equipment hitting the ground and our increasingly labored breathing. "Did anyone notice how quiet it got?" Kimberly finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I mean, like, completely quiet?" She was right. The normal forest ambiance, insects, rustling leaves, the occasional cry of a night bird, had vanished entirely. It was as if the wilderness itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I laughed nervously, the sound dying quickly in the oppressive stillness. "Probably just means rain tomorrow. Animals always know." But deep down, I recognized this peculiar silence for what it was. A warning. Nature was telling us something, and I had deliberately chosen not to listen. Setting up camp proved more difficult than anticipated. The ground beneath us felt wrong, hard in places where it should have been soft, yielding where it should have been firm. Each tent stake I drove into the earth produced a strange, hollow sound, as though I were puncturing something just beneath the surface. "Everything okay?" Jen asked, noticing my hesitation. "Fine," I lied, forcing the final stake into position. "Just takes a bit more muscle out here than at those groomed campgrounds." Our two tents stood awkwardly in the clearing, their bright synthetic colors looking garish and out of place against the natural darkness. We gathered fallen branches for a fire, though I noticed every piece of wood we collected was unnaturally dry, almost brittle to the touch. The fire caught quickly, too quickly, sending up flames that seemed to reach higher than they should have. The light cast by our modest blaze didn't extend far. Instead of illuminating our surroundings, it merely created a small island of visibility surrounded by impenetrable darkness. As we huddled around the fire attempting to cook our dinner, I found myself repeatedly glancing over my shoulder. The sensation of being observed grew increasingly difficult to ignore. "You feel it too, don't you?" Kimberly murmured, following my gaze into the darkness. "Feel what?" I asked, though I knew exactly what she meant. Like we're being watched. Like there's something. She trailed off, unwilling to complete the thought. Jen shifted uncomfortably beside me. It's just the isolation playing tricks on us. We're not used to being this far from civilization. I nodded in agreement, though neither of us seemed convinced by her explanation. As we ate our hastily prepared meal, conversation was sparse and forced. We avoided discussing the peculiar atmosphere that had settled over our campsite, as if acknowledging it might somehow make things worse. Later, as the fire began to die down, Kimberly mentioned something about the local history she'd read while researching camping spots. This whole area was logged pretty heavily in the 1930s, she said, her voice unnaturally loud in the silence. They say a whole crew of loggers disappeared one winter. Never found a trace of them. That's not helpful right now, Jen snapped, her nerves clearly frayed. Just making conversation, Kimberly replied defensively. Besides, it was almost a century ago. I stirred the embers with a stick, watching as sparks spiraled upward only to be swallowed by the darkness. Let's turn in. Everything will seem less intense in the morning. We extinguished the fire with meticulous care, and I performed a final check of our surroundings before retreating to our tents. Nothing seemed obviously amiss, yet I couldn't shake the conviction that something fundamental had changed about the forest since our arrival. As Jen and I settled into our sleeping bags, I found myself straining to hear anything, any sound that might indicate the normal processes of nature continuing around us. But all I could detect was the sound of our own breathing and the occasional rustling as Kimberly shifted position in her tent nearby. Do you think we should leave tomorrow? Jen whispered, her hand finding mine in the darkness. Let's see how we feel in the morning, I replied, though in truth I was already contemplating how early we could reasonably pack up and depart. Sleep came reluctantly, fragmentary and shallow. I drifted between consciousness and uneasy dreams, each time waking with the certainty that someone, or something, had called my name. I jolted awake sometime after midnight, my heart hammering against my ribs. For a moment I couldn't identify what had disturbed my sleep. Then I heard it again. A long, wavering cry that seemed to rise and fall in a distinctly unnatural pattern. It wasn't an animal sound I recognized despite years of camping and hiking. This had a quality that made my skin tighten with instinctive fear. Beside me, Jen stirred. What was that? She whispered, her fingers digging into my arm. I'm not sure, I admitted, listening intently as the sound faded. Maybe a fox or a coyote. They can make weird noises sometimes. The explanation felt hollow, even as I offered it. Whatever had produced that sound, it wasn't any wildlife I'd encountered before. The cry held an almost deliberate quality, as if it were trying to communicate something specific. We lay motionless, barely breathing as we waited for it to repeat. Instead, an absolute silence descended, deeper and more complete than before. The forest seemed to be listening too, anticipating what might come next. Eventually, Jen's grip on my arm relaxed slightly. Maybe it was farther away than it sounded, she suggested, though her voice remained tense. I nodded in the darkness, unwilling to contradict her. Try to get some sleep. I'll stay awake for a while, just to be sure. As she settled back down, I strained my senses, searching for any hint of movement outside our tent. For several minutes, nothing disturbed the unnatural quiet. Then I detected it. A faint sound like careful footsteps on the gravel around our campsite. The steps had a measured quality to them, deliberate and patient. They seemed to circle our tent, maintaining a consistent distance. My mouth went dry. I considered calling out, thinking it might be Kimberly, unable to sleep and checking our surroundings. But something stopped me. An instinctive certainty that whoever or whatever was circling our tent was not our friend. The footsteps completed what seemed to be a full circuit of our campsite before gradually fading. I waited, counting my heartbeats for what felt like hours. When nothing further happened, exhaustion eventually overcame my vigilance, and I slipped into an uneasy sleep. I woke again to a strange illumination filtering through the tent fabric. My first thought was relief. Dawn had arrived, but a quick check of my phone showed it was only 3:17 a.m. The light outside had an unusual quality, not the blue-gray of early morning, but a sickly yellowish glow that seemed to pulse slightly. Careful not to wake Jen, I shifted to the tent entrance and peered through a small gap in the zipper. What I saw made no sense. The clearing was largely dark, yet there appeared to be points of dim illumination moving among the trees. They drifted slowly, like fireflies, but much larger and with that same unnatural yellow tint. As I watched, one of the lights separated from the others and began moving toward our tent. My breath caught in my throat as it approached, growing slightly brighter with proximity. It hovered about 10 feet from the tent, remaining stationary for several heartbeats before abruptly extinguishing itself. In its absence, I became aware of a silhouette where the light had been. A tall, indistinct figure standing motionless at the edge of our clearing. Though I could discern no details in the darkness, the shape was unmistakably person-like, yet somehow wrong in its proportions. I scrambled back from the tent opening, my heart racing. Beside me, Jen murmured in her sleep, troubled by dreams she would later describe as filled with watching eyes. I lay rigid, afraid that any movement might attract attention from whatever waited outside. Eventually, unable to maintain my terrified vigilance, I succumbed once more to exhaustion. My last conscious thought was a desperate prayer that morning would come quickly, bringing with it the rational light of day. I awoke to pressure on my feet, a distinct, deliberate weight pushing down through the sleeping bag. For a disoriented moment, I thought Jen had shifted position in her sleep. Then I realized two critical facts simultaneously. She was still beside me, and the pressure was coming from outside the tent. Something was pressing down on the tent fabric exactly where my feet were positioned. Panic surged through me, galvanizing my body into action before my mind could fully process what was happening. I kicked violently and began shouting, the sound tearing from my throat in a primal expression of terror. "What? What is it?" Jen bolted upright, confusion and fear mingling in her voice. I continued thrashing, unable to articulate what I'd felt. The pressure had vanished the instant I began moving, but the memory of it remained, deliberate, testing, curious. Not the random weight of a falling branch or an animal investigating our tent, but something purposeful. Something was pressing on the tent. I finally managed to gasp. Right on my feet, like someone was... "Are you sure?" Jen interrupted, her voice tight with controlled fear. "Maybe you were dreaming." I shook my head vehemently. It was real. I felt it. We fell silent, listening intently for any sound outside. Nothing disturbed the pre-dawn stillness. No footsteps retreating, no branches breaking, not even the rustle of disturbed underbrush. Whatever had been there had departed with impossible stealth. "We need to check on Kimberly," Jen whispered after several minutes had passed. The prospect of leaving our tent filled me with irrational dread, but I knew she was right. Gathering what courage I could muster, I unzipped the tent flap and cautiously extended my flashlight beam into the darkness. The clearing appeared unchanged. Our car, Kimberly's tent, the cold fire pit, all exactly as we had left them. No footprints marked the soft earth around our tent. No evidence remained of whatever had applied that deliberate pressure. We approached Kimberly's tent with trepidation, calling her name softly. After a moment of heart-stopping silence, the zipper opened, and her frightened face appeared. "Did you hear that shouting?" she demanded. "What happened?" "You didn't come outside at all tonight?" I asked, ignoring her question. She shook her head emphatically. "I haven't left my tent since we all turned in." "What's going on?" We exchanged glances, the implications settling over us like a physical weight. If Kimberly had remained in her tent all night, then the footsteps I'd heard, the pressure on our tent, these had come from someone or something else. "We're leaving," I announced, my voice steadier than I felt. "Right now. Pack up only what you need. We can come back for the rest in daylight." Neither of them argued. We moved with frantic efficiency, stuffing sleeping bags into stuff sacks and gathering only essential belongings. The entire time I kept glancing toward the tree line, half expecting to see those drifting lights return, or worse, the vague human-like silhouette I'd glimpsed earlier. Within 20 minutes, we had thrown our hastily packed gear into the car and were ready to depart. As I started the engine, the headlights illuminated the campsite one final time. In that brief moment, I thought I saw something reflect the light at the forest's edge. 2 points of dull yellow gleam, like eyes watching our retreat. I reversed quickly, maneuvering the car back toward the forest road with more haste than caution. No one spoke until we had left the clearing far behind and rejoined the main campground road, where the reassuring sight of other tents and vehicles finally allowed us to exhale. "What happened back there?" Kimberly asked from the back seat, her voice small and strained. "I don't know," I admitted. "And I don't think I want to know." We drove to a 24-hour diner about 30 miles from the campsite, where we huddled in a booth nursing cups of coffee as we waited for dawn. The harsh fluorescent lighting and background chatter of other customers gradually helped restore a sense of normalcy, though we all started at unexpected sounds. "We should report this," Jen said finally, breaking our extended silence. "What if someone else camps there?" I nodded reluctantly. "But report what exactly? Strange noises? A feeling of being watched? They'll think we're just city folks spooked by normal forest sounds." "What about the pressure on the tent?" Kimberly asked. "And those lights you saw? Those aren't normal." I had no answer. How could I explain phenomena that I barely understood myself? Even now, seated in the deliberately ordinary surroundings of the diner, my experience seemed increasingly implausible. Had I imagined the pressure on the tent? Had the strange lights been nothing more than fireflies or reflections from our flashlights? "Maybe we could ask around," Jen suggested. "See if anyone local knows anything about that area." Our waitress, an older woman with a weathered face and kind eyes, provided an unexpected opportunity when she came to refill our coffee. "You folks look like you've had a rough night," she observed. "Camping troubles?" Hesitantly, I described our experience, omitting the more unsettling details and framing it as simple confusion about whether we'd camped in a proper spot. It was off Forest Service Road 22, about 7 miles in. Small clearing, very isolated. The change in her expression was subtle but unmistakable. A slight tightening around the eyes, a momentary pause in her movement. "That's odd," she said, her casual tone sounding forced. "Not many people camp out that way anymore." "Is there a reason?" Kimberly pressed. The waitress shrugged, but her discomfort was evident. "Just stories, you know how it is in small towns. Supposedly there was an incident out there years back. A hiker went missing. Search parties looked for weeks but never found anything." She busied herself wiping an already clean section of table. "Probably just got lost and wandered out somewhere else. It happens." "But people avoid the area because of it?" I asked. "People have their reasons for staying away from certain places," she replied cryptically. "Sometimes it's just a feeling, you know, like you're not welcome." She excused herself to attend to other customers, leaving us to contemplate her words. We exchanged glances, each recognizing our own experience in her description. "So it's not just us," Jen said quietly. I nodded, both relieved and disturbed by the confirmation. "But it doesn't explain what happened." As daylight fully established itself outside the diner windows, we debated our next steps. The rational course would be to report our experience to the Forest Service office, retrieve our abandoned equipment in full daylight, and put the entire incident behind us. Yet something kept us lingering in that booth, reluctant to approach the forest again, even with the supposed safety of daylight. What if we go to the local library? Kimberly suggested. Maybe there's something in old newspapers about that missing hiker or other incidents in the area. The idea gave us purpose, a way to approach our experience through the filter of research and documented fact. We paid our bill, leaving the waitress a generous tip, and headed for the town's small library, which opened at 9 a.m. The librarian, a young man with an eager helpfulness that suggested visitors were uncommon, directed us to their archives of local newspapers and a small collection of books on regional history. We divided the materials among ourselves and began searching for any mention of Forest Service Road 22 or incidents in that area of the National Forest. After 2 hours of increasingly dusty investigation, patterns began to emerge. No single dramatic event explained the apparent aversion to our camping spot, but rather a steady accumulation of small incidents over decades. Hikers reporting disorientation, campers cutting trips short without explanation, a forest ranger requesting reassignment from that sector after only 2 months on the job. Most tellingly, I found a survey map from the 1950s that showed our clearing marked with a simple notation: site unsuitable for development, geological concerns. Yet no specific geological hazard was ever documented. It's like the forest itself doesn't want people there, Kimberly observed, leafing through a thick binder of wildlife incident reports that contained no references to our area, an absence that seemed significant given the detailed documentation of animal encounters throughout the rest of the forest. That's ridiculous, I replied automatically, though without conviction. Forests don't want things. Yet as we continued our research, I found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the idea entirely. What if certain places did somehow resist human presence? Not through supernatural means, but through some confluence of natural factors, geological, biological, perhaps even psychological, that created an environment inherently hostile to human intrusion? As the morning wore on, we gradually assembled a disquieting picture. Our seemingly random choice of campsite had taken us to a location that local knowledge had quietly designated as a place to be avoided. Not dramatically, not with warning signs or official restrictions, but through the more subtle mechanism of communal memory and shared experience. By early afternoon, we faced a practical decision: return to the campsite to retrieve our abandoned equipment, or write it off as an expensive lesson. The rational part of me insisted that in daylight, with full awareness, the place would reveal itself as nothing more than an ordinary clearing in the woods. Whatever had frightened us had been amplified by darkness and isolation. "I'll go back," I announced finally. "You two can wait in town." Both Jen and Kimberly immediately objected. "If anyone goes, we all go," Jen insisted, though her expression revealed her reluctance. We drove back toward the forest in tense silence. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the road as we turned onto Forest Service Road 22, its unpaved surface seeming more rugged than I remembered. Each mile increased my certainty that returning was a mistake, yet I continued driving, propelled by a mix of practical necessity and stubborn curiosity. When we reached the turnoff to our campsite, I stopped the car. Last chance to change our minds. No one spoke for several seconds. Then Kimberly leaned forward from the back seat. "I want to understand what happened, don't you?" Her question crystallized something I had been avoiding acknowledging. Beneath my fear lay a powerful need to make sense of our experience, to place it within some framework that would allow me to file it away as explained. I nodded and continued driving. The final approach to our clearing seemed longer than it had the previous evening, the forest on either side more dense and impenetrable. When we finally emerged into the open space where we had camped, I was struck by how ordinary it appeared in daylight. Just a small, somewhat overgrown clearing that showed signs of infrequent use. Our abandoned tents stood exactly as we had left them, slightly collapsed from our hasty departure, but otherwise undisturbed. No mysterious footprints marked the ground. No unexplained lights drifted among the trees. The entire scene projected such mundane normalcy that I began to doubt my own memories of the night before. We exited the car cautiously, each of us surveying the area with wary attention. Birds called from the surrounding forest. Insects buzzed in the underbrush. All the natural sounds that had been so conspicuously absent during our stay. "It feels different," Jen observed, her posture gradually relaxing. I nodded in agreement. Maybe we just worked ourselves up last night. Forest psychosis or something. We began dismantling our campsite, working quickly despite the apparent absence of threat. No one suggested lingering or exploring the surrounding woods. We wanted our belongings, and then departure, in that order. As I was collapsing my tent, I noticed something odd about the ground beneath it. A series of small, perfectly circular depressions arranged in a pattern that resembled footprints, but not of any animal or human I recognized. They led from the forest edge directly to where my feet had been positioned in the tent. I called the others over to examine the marks. "Those weren't there yesterday," Kimberly stated with absolute certainty. "I would have noticed when we set up the tents." I knelt to examine one of the depressions more closely. It penetrated about 2 inches into the soil, its edges remarkably crisp, as if something had been inserted and removed with surgical precision. I probed one with a stick, finding the bottom oddly compacted. "Maybe it's just some kind of fungus," I suggested, not believing it myself. "Or animal burrows." Jen shook her head slowly. "Animals don't dig in perfect circles, or in straight lines." As we contemplated the inexplicable markings, the forest around us gradually grew quiet again. The transition was so subtle that I only noticed when the silence was nearly complete. The ambient sounds of wildlife fading until only our own movements disturbed the stillness. "We need to go," Kimberly whispered, her earlier curiosity replaced by renewed apprehension. "Right now." No one argued. We hastily stuffed the remaining equipment into the car, unconcerned with proper packing. As I closed the trunk, I glanced toward the tree line one final time. Though I saw nothing unusual, the forest's edge seemed to waver slightly, as if viewed through rising heat. Yet the air was cool and still. We departed with the same urgency that had marked our pre-dawn escape, though now we had the added discomfort of witnessing the clearing transform from an ordinary woodland opening to something that defied rational explanation. The forest had changed while we watched, or perhaps our perception of it had altered in some fundamental way. Whatever the case, our one shared certainty was that we would never return to that place, regardless of what we might have left behind. The drive back to the city passed in contemplative silence, each of us processing what we had experienced. By tacit agreement, we stopped at a motel just outside the national forest boundary, unwilling to continue traveling after dark. None of us felt capable of explaining our abrupt return to friends or family just yet. In our shared room, over takeout food that none of us had much appetite for, we finally attempted to construct some rational framework for what had happened. "There has to be a logical explanation," I insisted, more for my own benefit than theirs. "Maybe there's some kind of natural gas seeping from the ground there. It could explain the lights. Methane can ignite spontaneously under certain conditions, and gas exposure might have affected our perceptions." Jen considered this theory. "That might explain the lights and even our uneasiness. But what about those perfect circular marks? Or the pressure on the tent?" I had no answer for that. Each attempt at a conventional explanation faltered against some detail that refused to conform to normal understanding. What if it's not supernatural, but it's also not anything science has properly cataloged yet? Kimberly suggested. There are still so many things about nature we don't fully understand. This middle ground offered some comfort, a way to acknowledge the reality of our experience without venturing into territory that challenged our fundamental worldview. We weren't claiming ghosts or monsters, just an encounter with some aspect of the natural world that defied our limited understanding. "Maybe that's why the locals avoid it," Jen added. "They've learned through experience that something about that place affects people negatively, even if they don't know why." As our conversation continued, I noticed Kimberly repeatedly checking her phone, scrolling through the photos she had taken during our trip. Most were typical camping snapshots from before things turned strange. Jen and me struggling with tent poles, the three of us posing by the car, the modest fire we had built. "What are you looking for?" I asked finally. She hesitated before responding. "I took a few pictures this afternoon while we were packing up. I wanted to document those circular impressions in the ground." She handed me her phone, opened to one such photo. It showed a patch of forest floor that I recognized as the area beneath my tent, but the image contained no circular depressions, just ordinary woodland soil and scattered pine needles. "That's not possible," I said, zooming in on various sections of the photo. "We all saw them. They were right there." Kimberly nodded grimly. "Every picture is like that. It's as if the marks were only visible to our direct observation." We passed the phone around, each confirming what seemed increasingly undeniable. We had shared a perception of reality that objective documentation could not capture. This realization stirred profound unease, challenging not just our experience of that particular place, but our fundamental trust in our own senses. "Maybe we should talk to someone professional," Jen suggested cautiously. "Not because we're crazy, but because this kind of experience can be destabilizing." I understood her concern. Already I found myself questioning other memories, wondering what other perceptions might have been shared illusions rather than objective reality. The implications extended far beyond one unsettling camping trip. "I keep thinking about what you said regarding the pressure on your feet," Kimberly said, addressing me directly. It was so specific, not random, but deliberate, like something was, I don't know, testing. Her observation articulated what had been lurking at the edges of my thoughts. Whatever had happened at that campsite had possessed a quality of intentionality that was difficult to reconcile with purely natural phenomena. Not necessarily conscious in a human sense, but purposeful in a way that random events were not. "I don't think I'll be camping again anytime soon," Jen said quietly. "Maybe ever." I reached for her hand, finding it cold despite the warm room. "We don't have to figure this out tonight. Maybe with time and distance, it will make more sense." But even as I offered this reassurance, I doubted it would prove true. Some experiences resist rational categorization, existing in the uncomfortable space between what we can explain and what we undeniably perceive. Our night in that forest clearing seemed destined to remain in that liminal territory. Too real to dismiss, too strange to integrate into our understanding of how the world works. As we prepared for sleep in our sterile motel room, with its reassuring locks and proximity to civilization, I found myself listening for sounds beyond the routine hum of the air conditioner and distant traffic. Part of me remained alert for that distinctive wavering cry or the measured footsteps that had circled our tent. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams of circular patterns spreading across familiar landscapes, transforming them into something alien and uninhabitable. 6 months have passed since our experience in that nameless clearing off Forest Service Road 22. Outwardly, our lives have returned to normal routines, work, social obligations, the mundane rhythms of everyday existence. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy runs a current of permanent alteration, a shift in how we perceive the world and our place within it. We haven't spoken of that night as a group since our return, though occasionally Jen will wake beside me, her breathing rapid and shallow, and I know without asking that she has revisited that place in her dreams. In those moments, we hold each other in silent acknowledgement of a shared trauma that defies conventional articulation. Kimberly moved to a different city 2 months after our trip. Her farewell message mentioned a need for urban surroundings, and though she didn't explicitly connect this decision to what happened, the implication was clear. She has surrounded herself with concrete and glass, human-made environments where nature exists only in carefully managed parks and potted plants. For my part, I have developed what might be considered an obsession, though I prefer to think of it as methodical investigation. I've spent countless hours researching similar accounts from around the world, places that people avoid without clear reason, locations where electronic equipment fails inexplicably, sites where visitors report consistent psychological effects despite no obvious environmental cause. These locations exist on every continent, in forests, deserts, mountains, and oceans. Most remain undocumented in scientific literature, their abnormalities preserved only in local knowledge and personal testimony. Yet patterns emerge when these accounts are compared, shared characteristics that suggest some common underlying phenomenon. My office walls are now covered with maps marked with these sites, annotated with details from historical records and first-hand accounts. Jen tolerates this project with concerned resignation, understanding that it represents my attempt to contextualize what happened to us, to place it within some framework that diminishes its power to disturb. Last week, I received an email from a forest ranger who had been stationed near our camping location years ago. He had found my online query about the area and offered a perspective that has continued to haunt me. Some places in the forest feel wrong because they are wrong, not in any supernatural sense, but in a deeper ecological way, like an immune response to an intrusion. We think we understand nature because we've cataloged species and mapped terrains, but there are aspects to the relationship between living systems that we've barely begun to comprehend. His words resonated with a theory I've been developing, that certain locations may represent something akin to neurological nodes in larger ecological systems, points where the complex interactions between countless organisms achieve a kind of emergent response capability. Not consciousness as we understand it, but a form of systemic reaction to perceived threats, in this case human presence in an area particularly sensitive to disruption. This theory offers cold comfort. It suggests a natural explanation for our experience while simultaneously implying that what we encountered represents only the visible edge of profound natural processes operating beyond our awareness or comprehension. Occasionally, I consider returning to that clearing, in daylight, with proper equipment and multiple witnesses. The ranger I corresponded with strongly advised against this, noting that whatever happened, there seems to escalate with repeated exposure. His final message included a warning that continues to resonate. Some questions are best left unanswered. Some places are best left unvisited. I've mostly heeded this advice, though I sometimes find myself tracing the route on maps, calculating driving times, imagining what a properly prepared expedition might discover. These thoughts typically come in the pre-dawn hours, when the boundary between rational thought and deeper impulses grows thin. Jen sees these moments reflected in my expression and gently steers me toward more grounded concerns. Whatever it was, she reminds me, it stays there only if we leave it there. She's right, of course. Yet part of me remains convinced that what we experienced represents something significant. A glimpse beyond the comfortable illusion that we understand the natural world and our place within it. As I write this account, partly as documentation, partly as exorcism, I'm struck by how inadequate words are to convey the fundamental wrongness we encountered. The rational mind insists on categorization, on familiar frameworks of understanding. But some experiences resist such containment, existing in the uncomfortable space between established knowledge and the vast territory of the unknown. In my dreams, I still hear that distinctive cry echoing through dark forests. I still feel the deliberate pressure targeting my exact location within the tent. I still see those perfect circular depressions that appeared in soil that should have held no such marks, yet vanished from photographic evidence. These memories retain their clarity while simultaneously suggesting something just beyond comprehension, like a word forgotten in mid-sentence, tantalizingly close, yet unreachable. Perhaps this lingering uncertainty represents the true horror of what we encountered. Not a discrete threat that can be named and therefore contained, but a fundamental challenge to our perception of reality itself. The realization that the natural world may contain aspects that actively resist human presence or understanding undermines our species' most basic assumptions about our relationship with our environment. As I conclude this record, a storm gathers outside our apartment windows. The wind through the city streets sometimes produces sounds that momentarily resemble that distinctive, wavering cry from the forest. In those moments, I find myself frozen, listening intently, wondering if what we encountered has found some way to follow us from that remote clearing into the heart of civilization. God willing, such thoughts are merely the residue of an experience not yet fully processed, psychological aftershocks from a trauma gradually fading with time. But sometimes, in the spaces between heartbeats, I remain unconvinced. The mountains had always called to me. Even as a child growing up in the suburbs of Richmond, Virginia, I felt drawn to the ancient ridges that punctuated the horizon. Now, at 38, I found myself parking my weathered Subaru at the trailhead of Crow's Ridge Trail on a crisp October morning in 2018. The aspens shimmered gold against the backdrop of towering pines, their leaves performing a delicate dance in the autumn breeze. I adjusted my backpack straps and checked my trail map one last time. The 6-mile loop was considered moderate by experienced hikers, but its remote location in Appalachian backcountry meant encountering few, if any, fellow travelers. Perfect for clearing my head after months of grueling work at the hospital. As a trauma nurse, I'd seen enough broken bodies and shattered lives to last several lifetimes. The trail began gently enough, winding through dense undergrowth and occasional clearings that offered breathtaking views of the valley below. The rhythmic crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the distant calls of birds created a peaceful soundtrack. I breathed deeply, filling my lungs with the earthy scent of decomposing foliage and pine. About 2 miles in, I noticed the first oddity: boot prints in the mud that weren't mine. Large, military-style treads that suggested someone substantial was ahead of me on the trail. I thought nothing of it initially. Public trails meant public access after all. But something about the deliberate, measured spacing of the footprints triggered a faint unease in my subconscious. I paused at a stream crossing to refill my water bottle, letting the cold mountain water run over my fingers. That's when I heard it. The snap of a branch that seemed too deliberate, too close. I scanned the tree line but saw nothing beyond the endless columns of pines standing like silent watchers. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes following my every move. "Hello?" I called, receiving only the mockery of my own echo in response. The wind changed direction, bringing with it a scent that didn't belong. Cigarette smoke mingled with something else, something that reminded me of the hospital's morgue. My fingers trembled slightly as I secured my water bottle and continued up the trail, my pace quickening despite my efforts to remain calm. By early afternoon, the trail had steepened considerably, and sweat trickled down my spine despite the cool temperature. The forest had changed character, the friendly aspens giving way to gnarled oaks and thick pines that blocked much of the sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight beneath their canopy. I rounded a sharp bend and froze. 30 feet ahead stood a man, his back to me, seemingly studying the forest floor. Even from behind, something about his posture sent warning signals racing through my nervous system. He was tall, lean but wiry, wearing a faded camouflage jacket that had seen better days. A hunting knife hung from his belt, and nearby, a large German shepherd sat watching the trail, watching me. I considered backtracking quietly, but at that moment, the dog's ears perked up, and it gave a low growl. The man turned slowly, and our eyes met across the distance. "Beautiful day for hiking," he called, his voice surprisingly gentle for his rugged appearance. His face was weathered, deeply lined around pale blue eyes that didn't match his smiling mouth. I placed him in his early 60s, though something about his movements suggested the vitality of someone younger. "Yes, perfect weather," I replied, forcing casualness into my voice while calculating the distance back to my car. "You're quite a ways from the trailhead," he observed, taking a step toward me. "Not many folks come out this far. Most turn back at Widow's Creek." I hadn't remembered passing any creek with such an ominous name. "I enjoy the solitude," I said, then immediately regretted revealing that I appreciated being alone. "Same here," he nodded, closing more distance between us. "Name's Russell Jenkins. This here's Comet." He gestured to the dog, which continued to watch me with unnerving intensity. I offered a false name, a habit from years of working with unstable patients. "I'm Kate. Nice to meet you." Russell's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Where you headed, Kate?" "Summit's another 3 miles, pretty rough terrain." "Just enjoying the walk. I might turn around soon." I gestured vaguely behind me. "Shame to come all this way and not see the view," Russell said. "I'm headed up myself. Happy to have company." The trail was narrow here. Passing him would require coming within arm's reach. Every instinct screamed danger. "Actually, I just remembered I promised to meet friends back in town for dinner," I lied, taking a step backward. I should start heading back. A shadow passed over Russell's face, his smile faltering for just a moment before returning with increased intensity. "Sure thing. Maybe I'll see you on my way down." I nodded and continued my retreat, fighting the urge to run. Only when I'd put several bends in the trail between us did I allow myself to look back. The path behind me was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Russell Jenkins hadn't continued toward the summit at all. The descent should have been easier than the climb, but fear made every step treacherous. Twice I nearly twisted an ankle on loose rocks as I hurried down the trail, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The forest that had seemed so welcoming in the morning now felt oppressive, full of hidden threats and watching eyes. I passed a junction I didn't remember from the ascent and paused, disoriented. The trail map showed I should turn right to continue back to the parking area, but something felt wrong. I studied the ground, looking for my own boot prints from earlier. Instead, I found those same military-style treads, Russell's boots, heading down the right fork. They looked fresh. My heart hammered against my ribs. How had he gotten ahead of me? I hadn't passed him, and there were no connecting trails marked on my map. Unless he knew these mountains well enough to navigate off-trail. I took the left fork instead, reasoning that a longer route back to civilization was preferable to encountering Russell again. This path was less maintained, with fallen trees forcing detours and thick underbrush sometimes obscuring the way entirely. The afternoon light was fading fast, filtering through the canopy in increasingly muted rays. After 20 minutes of difficult hiking, I came upon a small clearing containing a primitive campsite. A fire ring of stones, blackened from recent use, and a flat area where a tent had clearly stood recently. Empty cans of beans and tuna had been tossed carelessly aside, along with cigarette butts bearing the same brand I'd smelled earlier. Worst of all was what hung from a nearby tree branch, animal carcasses in various states of decomposition. Most appeared to be squirrels and rabbits, but one larger shape made my stomach lurch. A dog collar dangled from the branch, tags still attached. I backed away from the campsite, bile rising in my throat. Whatever Russell Jenkins was, he wasn't just an ordinary hiker. The collection of dead animals displayed like trophies suggested something far more disturbing. As I turned to leave, my foot knocked against something half buried in leaves. I stared down at a woman's hiking boot, relatively new, with distinctive red laces. Inside was a sock, and inside that... I staggered backward, my scream trapped in my throat. From somewhere in the forest, a dog barked once, the sound unnaturally close. I ran. Dusk descended rapidly in the mountains, the forest transforming from shadowy green to impenetrable black within minutes. I had no flashlight. My phone battery had died hours ago, and my headlamp remained in my car, a casualty of my overconfidence in returning before dark. The trail had become nearly invisible, forcing me to feel my way forward with outstretched hands and cautious steps. Every snapping twig caused my heart to stutter. Each rustling leaf became Russell's footsteps closing in. The forest seemed alive with malevolent intent, shapes moving at the periphery of my vision only to dissolve when I turned to confront them. I stumbled into a clearing and looked up, hoping to use the stars for navigation. Instead, heavy clouds obscured the night sky, promising rain. As if on cue, the first fat droplets began to fall, quickly building to a steady downpour that soaked through my lightweight jacket. Finding shelter became my immediate priority. I backtracked to a cluster of boulders I'd passed moments before, feeling along their rough surfaces until I discovered a shallow overhang. I crawled beneath it, hugging my knees to my chest as water cascaded in sheets just inches from my feet. Thunder crashed overhead, momentarily illuminating the forest in stark relief. In that flash, I saw something that stopped my breath. A figure standing motionless among the trees, watching my hiding place. When darkness returned, I strained my eyes uselessly against the blackness, unsure if I'd seen anything at all. Minutes ticked by, each one an eternity of heightened senses and imagined threats. The rain intensified, drumming against the forest floor and creating rivulets that ran beneath my shelter, gradually soaking my boots and pants. Another lightning flash, closer this time. The figure was gone, or had moved. I bit down on my hand to stifle a whimper. Between thunderclaps, I heard something else, the methodical sound of boots squelching through mud, circling my position, deliberately slow, hunting steps. "I know these woods better than anyone, Kate." Russell's voice came suddenly, impossibly close. "Been coming here 30 years, seen all kinds of folks get lost. Terrible things happen to lost hikers." I pressed myself against the cold stone at my back, praying the darkness concealed me as effectively as it blinded me. "Your friends in town," he continued conversationally, as if we were chatting over coffee. "The ones you're meeting for dinner. What are their names?" My silence answered him more truthfully than any lie could have. "That's what I thought," he said, his voice now directly above me. "No one knows you're here, do they?" I lunged from my hiding place, choosing action over certain capture. I collided with a solid form, not Russell, but his dog, Comet. The animal's growl vibrated through my bones as powerful jaws snapped inches from my face. I twisted away, kicking blindly, and felt my foot connect with something solid. The dog yelped and fell back. I ran again, abandoning the trail entirely, crashing through underbrush as branches whipped my face and tore at my clothes. Behind me, Russell shouted commands to the dog, his voice containing an edge of excitement that terrified me more than anger would have. The ground suddenly disappeared beneath my feet. I was falling, tumbling down a steep embankment, unable to stop my descent as rocks and roots battered my body. When I finally came to rest, it was in the shallow water of what must have been Widow's Creek. I lay stunned in the freezing water, pain radiating from everywhere at once. When I tried to stand, my left ankle gave way, sending me crashing back into the stream. Not broken, I assessed automatically, my nurse's training taking over, but badly sprained. Walking would be possible, but agonizing. Above me, I could hear Russell and his dog moving along the ridge, searching for a way down. I had minutes at most before they found a path to the creek. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I pulled myself upright using a nearby sapling and tested my weight on the injured ankle. It held, barely. The creek offered a path of sorts, less vegetated than the surrounding forest and slightly more visible in the darkness. I began to limp downstream, hoping it would lead to a road or cabin where I might find help. Each step was torment, but fear provided powerful motivation. The rain continued unabated, quickly soaking me to the skin and lowering my core temperature to dangerous levels. Hypothermia would be as deadly as Russell if I didn't find shelter soon. After what seemed like hours of painful progress, the creek widened and the trees thinned. Through the curtain of rain, I made out a dark shape, rectangular and unnatural against the organic lines of the forest. A cabin. No lights shone from within, but it represented my only hope of survival. I approached cautiously, aware that any structure in these remote woods might be Russell's own hideaway. When no dog barked and no movement came from within, I hobbled to the door and tried the handle. Locked. Desperation drove me to the nearest window. Using my elbow, I broke the glass, the sound shockingly loud in the nighttime forest. I reached through carefully, found the latch, and pushed the window open. With considerable effort, I hauled myself inside, collapsing onto a wooden floor in a puddle of rainwater and blood from numerous cuts. The cabin was small, one room with basic furnishings. A wood stove sat cold in the corner. A narrow bed with a bare mattress stood against one wall. A rough wooden table and 2 chairs comprised the only other furniture. Dust covered everything, suggesting the cabin hadn't been used in some time. I dragged myself to the door and secured the flimsy lock, then pushed the table against it for good measure. The broken window remained a vulnerability, but I lacked the strength to barricade it effectively. After finding matches in a drawer, I managed to light the stub of a candle, its flickering glow revealing more details of my temporary sanctuary. Canned goods lined a shelf, someone's emergency supplies. A rifle rack hung on the wall, empty. Most disturbing were the photographs tacked to the walls, dozens of them showing hikers on various trails, all taken from a distance without the subject's knowledge. In many, faces were circled with red marker. With trembling hands, I searched for a first aid kit, finding a dusty box under the bed. I cleaned my worst cuts as best I could and fashioned a compression wrap for my ankle from a torn pillowcase. My wet clothes would accelerate hypothermia, so I stripped them off and wrapped myself in a musty blanket found in a trunk. As I worked, I tried to formulate a plan. The cabin offered temporary shelter, but Russell clearly knew these mountains intimately. It was only a matter of time before he tracked me here. I needed to dry out, warm up, and move on before dawn. The candle guttered suddenly, though no draft disturbed the stale air. I froze, listening intently. Through the continued drumming of rain on the roof, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the cabin's small porch. The door handle jiggled experimentally. When it didn't yield, a voice called through the wood. "Open up, Kate. You're hurt. I can help." Russell's tone was reasonable, concerned even, the voice of a good Samaritan offering assistance to a lost hiker. Only the circumstances revealed the lie. I remained absolutely still, not even daring to breathe. "I know you're in there," he continued. "Saw the candlelight. You broke the Sanderson window." A pause. "They haven't used this place in years. Not since their boy went missing on the trail." The information chilled me further. Russell knew the cabin owners personally, knew their history. How long had he haunted these mountains, watching, waiting, hunting? "I'm getting soaked out here," he said, a note of irritation creeping into his voice. "Be reasonable. That ankle needs proper attention. I was a medic in the army. I can wrap it properly." When I didn't respond, he sighed audibly. "Have it your way." Something heavy crashed against the door, making the table legs scratch across the floor. Again the impact came, and I realized he was using his shoulder as a battering ram. The old wood groaned but held. I extinguished the candle and moved to the window I'd broken earlier. If he forced the door, I'd have no choice but to escape the way I'd entered, injured ankle or not. The assault on the door stopped suddenly. Footsteps circled the cabin, heading toward the broken window. I retreated to the farthest corner, clutching a can of beans as my only weapon. Russell's face appeared at the window, water streaming from his sodden hair. In the brief flashes of lightning, he looked skeletal, all pretense of normalcy stripped away. "You've made things difficult, Kate," he said quietly. "I like that. The others gave up too easily. No sport in it." "The others?" The implication of those two words sent ice through my veins. He began clearing the broken glass from the window frame methodically, preparing to climb through. I raised the can, knowing how pathetically inadequate it would be against his hunting knife. Lightning flashed again, closer this time, followed immediately by a deafening crack of thunder. Something massive crashed nearby, a tree, struck by lightning, toppling to earth. Russell turned instinctively toward the sound. In that moment of distraction, I lunged forward and brought the can down on his fingers where they gripped the window frame. He howled in pain and withdrew his hand. I slammed the window shut and threw the latch, trapping a scrap of his jacket. His face contorted with rage, all pretense abandoned. "I'm going to take my time with you," he snarled. "Days, not hours." I backed away from the window, searching frantically for another weapon, anything more substantial than a can. Finding nothing, I turned my attention to the wood stove. If I could light a fire, perhaps I could fashion a torch for self-defense. As I gathered kindling from a small pile beside the stove, I heard Russell moving again, this time to the rear of the cabin. A new sound joined the storm, the systematic thud of an axe against wood. He was chopping his way in through the back wall. Each impact of the axe reverberated through the cabin like a death knell. I abandoned the fire attempt and searched desperately for an alternative escape route. The cabin had no other doors, and the windows were too small to climb through quickly, especially with my injured ankle. My gaze fell on the floor, rough-hewn planks with visible gaps between them. Dropping to my knees, I examined the construction more closely and found what I'd hoped for: a trap door leading to a small storage space beneath the cabin. With strength born of pure terror, I managed to pry it open just as the first boards at the back wall splintered inward. I lowered myself into the dirt-floored crawl space and pulled the trapdoor closed above me. The space was barely 18 inches high, forcing me to lie flat on my stomach in the damp earth. Through gaps in the floorboards, I could see Russell finally break through the wall, axe in hand, his clothing torn and muddy from his efforts. Comet slipped in behind him, nostrils flaring as he caught my scent. Come out," Russell called, moving methodically through the one-room cabin, checking behind the sparse furniture. "The longer you hide, the worse it'll be." The dog moved differently, circling the cabin with purpose, nose to the ground. It stopped directly above me, scratching at the floorboards and whining. Russell laughed, a sound devoid of humor or humanity. "Good boy, Comet." "Founder." Footsteps approached the trapdoor. I pressed myself against the cold earth, searching for any means of defense in the darkness. My fingers closed around something long and metallic, a tire iron, perhaps left by the cabin owners during construction. When the trapdoor lifted, I was ready. I swung the tire iron with all my remaining strength, connecting solidly with Russell's face as he peered into my hiding place. There was a sickening crunch and a spray of warm liquid across my hand. Russell fell backward, momentarily stunned. I scrambled from the crawl space, still clutching my makeshift weapon. Russell lay on his back, blood pouring from his shattered nose, the axe just beyond his outstretched fingers. I brought the tire iron down again, aiming for his temple, but he rolled aside with surprising agility. Comet lunged for me, but I managed to strike the dog across the muzzle, sending it yelping into the corner. Russell was on his feet now, blood streaming down his face and fire in his eyes. "You're just like the others." He spat through crimson teeth. "They all fight at the end. Makes it sweeter." He feinted toward the axe, and when I moved to block him, changed direction and tackled me bodily. We crashed to the floor, his weight driving the air from my lungs. His hands closed around my throat, thumbs pressing into my windpipe with practiced precision. Darkness began to cloud the edges of my vision as my oxygen depleted. In desperation, I drove my knee upward, connecting with his groin. His grip loosened fractionally, enough for me to twist sideways and break his hold. I crawled toward the axe, fingers closing around its wooden handle just as Russell grabbed my injured ankle. Pain exploded up my leg as he wrenched it savagely. I rolled onto my back, swinging the axe in a wild arc. The blade bit into his forearm, slicing through fabric and flesh. Russell released me, howling and clutching his wounded arm. Blood pulsed between his fingers, suggesting I'd hit an artery. His face registered shock. Perhaps he'd never encountered prey that fought back so effectively. But wounded animals are often the most dangerous. He reached behind his back and produced a hunting knife, its blade catching the faint light filtering through the broken wall. "Should have done this from the start," he growled, advancing on me again. We circled each other in the confined space of the cabin, each searching for an opening. Russell's injured arm hung uselessly at his side, but the knife in his right hand more than compensated for the disadvantage. My ankle threatened to collapse with each step, and exhaustion dulled my reactions. Outside, the storm had begun to abate, the thunder now distant rumbles rather than earth-shaking crashes. Through the broken wall, I caught glimpses of the sky lightening imperceptibly toward dawn. "Sun's coming up," Russell observed, following my gaze. "Been at this all night. Longest hunt I've had in years." "How many?" I asked, the question escaping before I could stop it. "How many people have you killed?" He smiled, revealing teeth stained with his own blood. "Enough to know exactly how this ends." He lunged suddenly, knife slashing toward my abdomen. I parried with the axe handle but lost my balance on my injured ankle. We both went down, Russell landing partially on top of me, his knife inches from my face as I held his wrist with both hands. Comet had recovered and now circled us, waiting for an opportunity to rejoin the fight. The dog's presence eliminated any chance of escape through the cabin's new rear entrance. Russell's face was inches from mine, his breath hot and metallic with blood. "Military taught me 16 ways to kill with just my hands," he whispered. "But I prefer the knife. More intimate." As we struggled, I became aware of a new sound cutting through the diminishing rain. An engine, distant but approaching. Russell heard it too, his head turning slightly toward the noise. I seized the moment of distraction to drive my forehead into his already broken nose. He reeled back, momentarily blinded by pain, and I scrambled from beneath him. The knife caught my calf as I moved, opening a shallow but painful gash. The engine sound grew louder, a vehicle on what must be a nearby service road. I stumbled to the cabin's front door, tore aside the table barricade, and threw myself onto the porch. "Help!" I screamed, my voice raw and unfamiliar. "Help me!" The forest had lightened enough to reveal shapes and contours. Through the trees, I caught glimpses of movement, a jeep with official markings picking its way along a rough track I hadn't known existed. Park rangers conducting post-storm checks of the backcountry. Russell appeared in the doorway behind me, knife still in hand. For one terrible moment, I thought he would kill me, regardless of the approaching vehicle. But self-preservation won out. He retreated into the cabin's shadows. I half ran, half fell down the cabin's steps and toward the approaching jeep, waving my arms frantically. The vehicle stopped, and 2 uniformed rangers emerged, their expressions transitioning from surprise to alarm as they took in my battered state. "He's in there," I gasped, pointing toward the cabin. "He tried to kill me. Others too. He has a knife." The rangers exchanged glances, one speaking rapidly into a radio, while the other drew his sidearm and positioned himself between me and the cabin. What followed seemed dreamlike in its surreality. More vehicles arriving, men and women in various uniforms securing the area. Someone wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and led me to a medical vehicle, where my injuries were assessed and treated with efficiency that bordered on tenderness. Russell Jenkins didn't emerge from the cabin until surrounded by armed officers. Even then, he maintained the facade of innocence, claiming he'd been trying to help a lost, confused hiker who had attacked him without provocation. But the cabin told a different story. Beneath a loose floorboard, investigators found his true legacy: driver's licenses, credit cards, jewelry, and personal effects belonging to hikers reported missing over the past decade. Photos matching those circled on the walls, a journal detailing his hunts in meticulous, disturbing detail. I learned later that Russell Jenkins wasn't even his real name. He had been Walter Gregory Simmons, a former military specialist with a history of psychiatric hospitalizations dating back to his discharge. The cabin belonged to a family whose son had been among his first victims. A cruel irony that he had used their own property as a hunting blind for subsequent targets. The mountains still call to me sometimes, their siren song unchanged by the horrors I experienced among them. But I haven't returned to the trails. Instead, I watch them from a distance, their ancient ridges eternally indifferent to the darkness that sometimes walks beneath their canopy. The darkness that lives not in the forest itself, but in the hearts of those who use its wild isolation to become the monsters they truly are. I know now that the most terrifying predators wear human faces and speak with gentle voices. They ask your name on mountain trails and offer assistance when you're lost. They have practiced smiles that never reach their eyes, and they hunt among us still. I never thought I'd be the one to tell this story. After 12 years as a ranger in one of America's most remote national parks, I believed I had seen it all. The towering pines stretching endlessly to the horizon, the quiet valleys shrouded in morning mist, the sudden summer storms that transformed gentle streams into raging torrents. Yellowstone had become my sanctuary after leaving the Marines, a place where the rhythm of nature replaced the chaos of war. My name is Michael Reeves, and before the events I'm about to share, I was known as the most pragmatic ranger in the Northern District. Nothing supernatural, nothing unexplainable. Just a man who understood that nature itself could be strange enough without inventing monsters. The incident began on a Tuesday in late September, when the park was transitioning into its autumn emptiness. Most tourists had departed with the end of summer, leaving behind a stillness that rangers both cherished and sometimes feared. The isolation could be oppressive, especially in the more remote stations like mine. I was completing my evening rounds near the northwestern boundary when the radio crackled to life. Sarah, a seasonal ranger stationed 5 miles south, was speaking with an urgency that immediately set me on edge. "Mike, are you there? We've got some hikers up here, pretty shaken. They were near Crystal Creek and, well, you should talk to them." 20 minutes later, I pulled up to Sarah's station where 3 hikers, 2 men and a woman in their 30s, sat huddled on a bench outside. Their faces were pale despite the hiking exertion they must have endured. "They saw something," Sarah said quietly as I approached. "Near the old logging trail." The woman, who introduced herself as Diana, spoke first. "We were setting up camp when we heard this whistling." She glanced at her companions. Not like a bird or wind through the trees, more structured, almost like signals. "We thought it was other hikers at first," the taller man added. "But then we heard branches breaking. Something big moving toward us through the trees." "Could have been elk," I suggested. "They're active this time of year." The shorter man shook his head firmly. "I've been hunting since I was 12. I know elk, bear, moose. This was different. It was walking on 2 legs." I felt that familiar tightening in my chest, the tension between what I wanted to believe and what I knew to be possible. Over my years at Yellowstone, there had been dozens of similar reports, always dismissed, always explained away. "What exactly did you see?" I finally asked. Diana's voice trembled slightly. "A shadow at first, tall, much taller than a man. Then it stepped between 2 trees, and we saw it clearly in the fading light. It was covered in dark hair, walking upright. It looked at us." "How far away?" "Maybe 50 yards, the taller man said. "Close enough that we could see its eyes reflect our headlamps." I nodded, making notes in my logbook while considering the possibilities. A bear standing upright, a moose silhouetted oddly, perhaps even a large man in dark clothing. All more probable than what they were suggesting. "Then what happened?" I asked. "We started packing up immediately," Diana continued. "But while we were scrambling to get our gear, we heard rocks hitting trees around us. Like it was, I don't know. warning us, threatening us. We just grabbed what we could and ran. After taking their full statements and locations, I assured them we would investigate, arranging for them to be escorted to the park entrance. Once they were gone, Sarah turned to me with that look I'd come to recognize from other rangers, the unspoken question of whether we should file this officially. "Write it up as a possible wildlife encounter," I said. "I'll check the area tomorrow." That night, alone in my cabin, I reviewed old incident reports, noting similar sightings in that same region of the park over the past decade. Most had been dismissed as bear encounters or overactive imaginations. But there was a pattern to them that I couldn't ignore, a consistency that defied coincidence. As I drifted off to sleep, the wind picked up outside, sending branches scraping against my roof. In the moment between wakefulness and dreams, it sounded almost like knocking, deliberate and rhythmic. A chill ran down my spine as I realized I was listening for whistles in the darkness. I told myself it was nothing. I was wrong. The morning dawned crisp and clear as I loaded my gear into the Park Service truck. I'd decided to hike in from the service road nearest to Crystal Creek, which would still leave me with a 5-mile trek to reach the hikers' campsite. Sarah had offered to join me, but I preferred to investigate alone. Years in the Marines had taught me to trust my own observations first. The forest was particularly quiet that morning. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Rangers learn to read these silences. They usually mean a predator is nearby. Bears, cougars, wolves, they all command a respectful hush from the smaller inhabitants of the forest. But this silence felt different, more absolute. I reached the abandoned campsite shortly before noon. The hikers had left in such a hurry that a sleeping bag remained partially stuffed into its compression sack. A camp stove lay overturned near the fire ring, and a single hiking boot stood upright by a tent stake. I documented everything methodically, taking photographs from multiple angles. The ground around the campsite was hard-packed soil mixed with pine needles, difficult terrain for tracking. But as I circled outward, I found what I was looking for at the edge of a muddy stream bed about 40 yards from their tent. Footprints, large ones. I set my pack down and crouched to examine them. The shape was roughly humanoid but larger, much larger, than any human foot I'd encountered. Nearly 16 inches long and proportionally wide, with what appeared to be 5 toe impressions at the front. The stride length between prints measured almost 4 feet. I photographed the tracks carefully, placing my own boot beside one for scale. My size 11 looked childlike in comparison. Following the trail, I found where the prints emerged from the denser forest, approached to within 30 yards of the campsite, then circled around before heading back into the woods in a different direction. Whatever made these wasn't just passing through. It had been observing the campers. A scientific part of my mind immediately began calculating explanations. A bear walking peculiarly, prints distorted by rain or animal traffic, perhaps even an elaborate hoax. Yet none of these explanations aligned with what I was seeing. As I continued tracking, the prints led me deeper into an old-growth section of forest where sunlight barely penetrated the dense canopy. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. I noticed broken branches high above, 8, maybe 9 feet off the ground, snapped downward as if something tall had passed through. I was so focused on the trail that I almost missed the structure. About a quarter-mile from the campsite, in a small clearing, stood an arrangement of branches and logs that stopped me in my tracks. Thick limbs and fallen trees had been deliberately positioned in a teepee-like formation, far too organized to be natural deadfall. The structure stood nearly 10 feet tall, with smaller branches woven between the larger supports. Inside, the ground had been cleared of debris. In my 12 years as a ranger, I'd never seen anything like it. It wasn't the work of hikers. The logs were too massive for even several strong adults to move. It wasn't the result of storm damage or natural forest processes. As I photographed the structure, the silence of the forest suddenly intensified. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I experienced that unmistakable sensation of being watched. Slowly, I turned in a complete circle, scanning the trees around me. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. Then I heard it. A soft, melodic whistling from somewhere in the forest to my left. It rose and fell in a pattern that seemed almost like communication. I held my breath, listening. The whistling stopped, then resumed from a different direction, slightly farther away. My hand moved instinctively to the sidearm I carried for bear protection. "Park Service," I called out. "Identify yourself." The forest absorbed my voice without echo. No response came except another whistle, this time from behind me. I'm not easily spooked, but something primordial awoke in me then. An ancient instinct warning of danger. I began moving back toward the trail, maintaining as casual a pace as I could manage while keeping vigilant of my surroundings. The whistling followed, never close enough to identify its source, but never fading entirely. Just as I reached the main trail, a rock struck a tree trunk several yards to my right with deliberate force. Then another hit a tree to my left, not thrown at me, but around me, exactly as the hikers had described. I quickened my pace, not quite running but moving with purpose now. The whistling continued, joined by the sound of branches breaking in the canopy above. Something was keeping pace with me, moving parallel through the trees. When I finally reached the service road in my truck, I was breathing hard, not from exertion, but from a rush of adrenaline I hadn't felt since my deployment. I placed my gathered evidence carefully in the truck's secure compartment and started the engine. As I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw something tall step partially from the tree line, watching my departure. But it was gone so quickly I couldn't be certain. That evening, I sat at my desk reviewing the photographs. The footprints were clear enough, as was the strange structure. But when I came to the last few images, photos I had no recollection of taking, I felt my blood run cold. They showed the forest from my position on the trail during my hasty retreat. In the first few, nothing seemed amiss. But in the final image, partially obscured by foliage and shadow, stood a dark figure. Tall, covered in what appeared to be dark fur, watching from between two massive pines. I closed my laptop and poured myself a stronger drink than usual. For the first time since arriving at Yellowstone, I locked my cabin door before going to bed. I didn't file my report the next day, or the day after. The evidence I'd gathered sat in a sealed box under my bed while I tried to make sense of what I'd experienced. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all, the prints, the structure, the whistling, even the photograph, as a series of coincidences and misperceptions. But another part knew better. On the third day, I drove to the Eastern District to visit Frank Delaney, a ranger who had retired 2 years earlier after nearly 30 years in Yellowstone. Frank had been something of a mentor to me when I first joined the service, teaching me tracking skills that even the Marines hadn't covered. If anyone could provide perspective, it would be him. Frank's cabin sat at the end of a long gravel drive, surrounded by pines and aspens now turning golden in the autumn light. He was splitting wood when I arrived, his weathered face breaking into a smile at the sight of my truck. "Mike Reeves," he called out. "Been a while. What brings you all the way out here?" After catching up over coffee on his porch, I finally broached the real reason for my visit, showing him the photographs I'd taken. Frank's expression changed as he flipped through them, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by something more guarded. When he reached the final image with the shadowy figure, he closed the folder and handed it back to me without comment. "You know what this is," I said. It wasn't a question. Frank sighed, rubbing his beard thoughtfully. "What I know is that Yellowstone has always had its secrets, most of which don't make it into official reports. I need more than cryptic warnings, Frank." He nodded, getting up to retrieve a worn leather journal from inside. When he returned, he thumbed through it until finding what he wanted. 1987, he said. "My second year as a ranger. 4 hikers went missing near the northern boundary. Search parties found nothing for days. Then 3 of them walked out of the forest, disoriented, claiming they'd been chased by something they couldn't identify. The 4th was never found. He flipped to another page. 1992. Similar incident. Then again in 97, 2003, 2008, 2015. He looked up at me. Always in the same regions of the park. Always described the same way. Tall, bipedal creature. Whistling communications. Rock throwing. Strange structures. Sasquatch, I said flatly, hating how ridiculous it sounded. Frank shrugged. Call it what you want. The Shoshone had names for it long before white men came here. What matters isn't the label, but understanding what you're dealing with. And what exactly am I dealing with? Something that's been in these mountains a lot longer than we have. Something territorial but not inherently aggressive unless provoked. They keep to themselves mostly, deep in the regions visitors rarely reach. They? I questioned. You think there are multiple family groups? Frank nodded. Based on the different size tracks we've documented over the years, but never officially, of course. I leaned back, processing this. Why keep it unofficial? If there's an undiscovered species in the park, think it through, Mike. Frank interrupted. What happens if we officially report an undiscovered bipedal primate species in Yellowstone? The media circus, the hunters, the tourists with cameras. Their habitat would be overrun within weeks. He had a point. The Park Service's primary mission was conservation. Protecting the natural environment sometimes meant protecting secrets, too. Besides, Frank continued, there's never been enough conclusive evidence. Footprints can be dismissed as hoaxes, photographs as shadows or bears, personal encounters as hallucinations or misidentifications. So what am I supposed to do with this? I gestured to my folder of evidence. That depends. Frank leaned forward, his expression serious. Are you looking for validation or guidance? Both, I guess. He nodded thoughtfully. The validation I can give you is simple. You're not crazy, and you're not the first. As for guidance... He paused, choosing his words carefully. Respect the boundaries. They've been making themselves more visible lately because human activity is pushing deeper into their territory. When you hear the whistling or the rock throwing, it's a warning. Heed it. Before I left, Frank gave me a map of the park with certain areas circled in red. Regions where encounters had been most frequently reported over the decades. Many were places officially closed to hikers due to environmental concerns or dangerous terrain. Designations I now understood might serve dual purposes. One more thing, Frank called as I was getting into my truck. Whatever you decide to do with your evidence, remember that some mysteries are worth protecting. For their sake and ours. On the drive back to my station, the full weight of what Frank had shared settled over me. If he was right, if these creatures really existed and had been living undocumented in the park for generations, then I had a decision to make. One that could affect not just my career, but potentially the future of a species unknown to science. That night, I added my photographs and notes to a locked file on my computer labeled simply, Encounters. Then I began to dig deeper into the park's history, searching for patterns that might help me understand what was happening in my corner of Yellowstone. I spent the next few weeks in a sort of intellectual limbo, torn between the rational explanations I'd always trusted and the evidence mounting before me. During the day, I performed my regular duties, monitoring wildlife, assisting the occasional late-season visitor, preparing for the coming winter. But my evenings were consumed by research. I found myself reaching out to Dr. Eliza Morton, a wildlife biologist who had been conducting seasonal field research in the park for the past 3 years. We'd crossed paths occasionally, and I'd always respected her methodical approach to studying the ecosystem. If anyone could provide a scientific perspective on what I was experiencing, it would be Eliza. When she arrived at my cabin on a rainy October evening, I was careful about how I framed my questions. Rather than leading with the more fantastical elements of my experience, I showed her the footprints first. "Interesting," she murmured, examining the photographs. "The morphology is humanoid, but the dimensions are inconsistent with any known primate species in North America." She looked up at me. "Where exactly did you find these?" I showed her on the map, and her expression changed subtly. "That's near my research area," she said. "I've been monitoring wolf populations there for the past 2 seasons. There's something unusual about that region." "Unusual how?" I prompted. Eliza hesitated, as if weighing how much to share. "The wolves avoid certain areas within their own territory. At first, I thought it might be due to territorial disputes with neighboring packs, but the GPS tracking data doesn't support that hypothesis. They simply won't enter specific valleys and ridgelines, even when prey is abundant there." This aligned with something Frank had mentioned: large predators giving wide berth to the territories marked on his map. "Have you ever noticed anything else out of the ordinary?" I asked. "Structures, sounds, unexplained movements?" She gave me a long, evaluating look. "You're talking about the whistling, aren't you?" My pulse quickened. "You've heard it?" "Twice," she admitted. "Last spring and again in August. My scientific training tells me it must be an undocumented bird species, or perhaps some acoustic phenomenon created by wind through the rock formations. But," she trailed off. "But it didn't sound natural," I finished for her. "No," she agreed quietly. "It didn't. It sounded intelligent." We spent hours comparing notes, finding connections between her wildlife behavior observations and the encounter patterns Frank had documented. As a scientist, Eliza was reluctant to jump to conclusions about cryptid species, but she couldn't deny the anomalies in her own research data. "The problem is evidence," she said, pushing her glasses up. "Without biological samples, hair, tissue, scat, we can't prove anything. And if these beings are as elusive as they seem, obtaining such samples ethically would be nearly impossible." "Maybe proof isn't what we need right now," I suggested. Eliza raised an eyebrow. "That's a surprising statement from someone as pragmatic as you, Mike." I shrugged. "Let's just say my pragmatism is evolving. What if our first priority should be understanding the behavioral boundaries? If we know where they prefer to remain undisturbed, we could better manage human activity to avoid conflict." "You're talking about conservation measures for a species that officially doesn't exist," she said with a small smile. "Wouldn't be the first time the Park Service has created restricted areas without full public disclosure of the reasons," I pointed out. As our conversation continued late into the night, we developed a tentative plan. Eliza would adjust her research parameters to include observations of anomalous wildlife behavior patterns. I would document any further encounters or evidence without filing official reports that might attract unwanted attention. Together, we would create an unofficial map of territories and behavioral patterns. The next morning, as Eliza was preparing to leave, a Park Service vehicle pulled up to my cabin. Jason Miller, one of the younger seasonal rangers, stepped out looking visibly shaken. "Mike, we've got a situation," he said, glancing nervously at Eliza. "There's a group of hikers, they call themselves paranormal investigators, who've set up camp in the restricted area near Blackwater Ridge. They're using thermal cameras, sound equipment, the works." My stomach sank. "How did they get permits for that area?" "They didn't," Jason replied. "They crossed the boundary illegally yesterday. One of them just showed up at the South Station in a panic, saying something attacked their camp last night. The others are still out there." I exchanged a glance with Eliza. This was exactly the kind of situation we'd hoped to avoid. "I'm coming with you," she said firmly, already gathering her gear. The drive to the South Station was tense. The hiker who had made it back, a man in his 20s named Tyler, was still there, his face pale as he described what had happened. "We were trying to document the territorial markers," he explained, showing us footage on his camera. The tree structures everyone talks about online. We found several and set up our equipment nearby. The footage showed 4 people setting up sophisticated recording equipment around a formation similar to the one I discovered. Night fell in the time-lapse, and for several hours nothing happened. Then, around 2 a.m. according to the timestamp, the thermal camera picked up movement at the edge of its range. There, Tyler pointed with a shaking finger. That's when it started. On screen, a large heat signature moved between the trees. It was bipedal and much taller than the human figures huddled by their tent. The audio captured a series of whistles, followed by rocks striking trees around the camp. We thought we were prepared, Tyler said. We'd read all the encounters online. But when it approached the structure we'd been filming, he swallowed hard. It wasn't alone. The thermal footage showed 2 more heat signatures joining the first, their movements coordinated as they circled the camp. The humans could be seen frantically packing equipment. Then the cameras went dead, Tyler finished. All of them, simultaneously. We grabbed what we could and ran. We got separated in the dark. I'm not sure where the others ended up. I organized a search party immediately. As much as I understood the territorial response, people's lives were at risk. As we geared up, I pulled Eliza aside. If we find them, I said quietly, we need to secure any footage or evidence they collected, for their protection as much as anything else. She nodded in agreement. And if we encounter the others? We respect their warnings, I said firmly. Our priority is extracting the hikers safely, not forcing a confrontation. The search lasted through the day and into the night. We found the remaining 3 hikers scattered across 2 miles of difficult terrain, all shaken but physically unharmed. Their stories matched Tyler's. The whistling, the rock throwing, the coordinated movements of multiple large creatures that stayed just beyond clear visibility. Most of their equipment had been abandoned in their flight, and when we reached their original campsite, we found it completely dismantled. The tent had been torn down, cameras smashed, and most telling of all, the tree structure they had been documenting was gone. The heavy logs carried away without leaving drag marks on the forest floor. As we escorted the hikers back to safety, I noticed Eliza collecting small samples from trees and the ground around the destroyed camp. When I questioned her later, she showed me several dark hairs caught in the bark of a pine. Not bear, she said simply. Not elk or moose either. I'll need to analyze them properly. The incident with the paranormal investigators was officially recorded as an illegal entry into a restricted area resulting in a wildlife encounter, possibly bears. The hikers were cited for trespassing, but were too traumatized to argue. Back at my cabin that evening, I added the day's events to my growing file of encounters. Whatever was happening in Yellowstone went beyond scientific explanation, but fell short of the supernatural tales spun by amateur monster hunters. The truth, as always, seemed to lie somewhere in the middle, a biological reality undocumented by science, a mystery that might be better left partially unsolved. As winter approached, bringing the first heavy snows to the high country, I found myself watching the tree line near my cabin with new awareness. Sometimes in the gathering dusk, I would leave small offerings of fruit at the edge of the forest, not as a researcher baiting a subject, but as one resident of the wilderness acknowledging another. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I would wake to the sound of soft whistling in the distance. Not threatening now, but conversational, almost like a greeting. Winter descended on Yellowstone with its usual severity. Heavy snow isolated the ranger stations, and for weeks at a time, my only contact with the outside world came through radio check-ins and the occasional supply delivery. The park transformed into a pristine wilderness of white, the familiar landscape rendered alien and beautiful by snow and ice. With the tourists gone and wildlife activity reduced, I had ample time to compile my research. Eliza had analyzed the hair samples she collected and sent me her findings through an encrypted email. The hairs contained DNA that matched no known species in any database she had access to. The results showed primate markers combined with unique sequences she couldn't identify. She'd kept the samples secure and private, understanding as well as I did the implications of such a discovery. Frank visited once during a brief January thaw, bringing with him journals from other retired rangers who had documented similar encounters dating back to the 1950s. Together, we plotted all known sightings on a comprehensive map, revealing clear patterns of territory and seasonal movement. What emerged was a picture not of random encounters, but of an intelligent species with defined social structures and behaviors, one that had adapted to avoid human detection for generations. "They're getting bolder," Frank observed as we reviewed recent reports. "More willing to be seen. The question is why?" I had been pondering the same question. Climate change is affecting their habitat. Increased tourism is pushing into remote areas, and the park's resources are stretched thinner every year. I gestured to the map. Their safe zones are shrinking. Frank nodded gravely. "So what are you going to do about it?" It was a question I'd been asking myself for months. My options seemed limited. I could take my evidence public, potentially triggering a media frenzy that would destroy any chance of protecting these beings. I could report through official channels, where the information would likely be dismissed or buried. Or I could take a third path. "I'm going to become a guardian," I said finally. "Not just of the park, but of its secrets." Frank smiled, a look of approval in his weathered face. "I was hoping you'd say that." By February, I had implemented subtle changes in how we managed certain areas of the park. Working with sympathetic colleagues like Eliza and Jason, we adjusted patrol schedules to reduce human presence in key territories. We reclassified several regions as environmentally sensitive, restricting access without having to reveal the true reasons. When planning the summer tourism approach, I advocated for concentrating visitors in already developed areas rather than expanding trail systems into the deeper wilderness. None of these actions required exposing the existence of our undocumented residents. They were simply good conservation practices that happened to serve a dual purpose. The true test of my commitment came in early March when I received a call from the park superintendent about a proposed documentary project. A well-known wildlife filmmaking team wanted to spend 6 months in Yellowstone's backcountry documenting undiscovered aspects of the ecosystem. Their proposal included extended stays in precisely the regions we had been quietly protecting. During the conference call, I listened to their plans with growing concern. Their methods would involve camera traps, drone footage, and 24-hour monitoring systems throughout the territories Frank and I had mapped as sensitive. "I'm afraid I can't recommend approval for this project as outlined," I said when asked for my input. The superintendent seemed surprised by my uncharacteristic opposition. "Their credentials are impeccable, Mike. This could be valuable documentation of the park. The areas they're targeting are critical denning sites for several endangered species," I explained, choosing my words carefully. "The level of human activity they're proposing would cause significant disruption during a vulnerable period." It wasn't entirely untrue. These regions were important wildlife habitats, just not exclusively for the species officially recognized in our management plans. "I'd be happy to work with them on an alternative approach," I added. "One that would allow them to capture the essence of Yellowstone without compromising sensitive ecosystems." After some negotiation, the documentary team agreed to a modified plan that would keep them in less sensitive areas. I volunteered to be their liaison, partly to ensure they stayed within boundaries, but also to share the beauty and wonder of the park's officially documented wonders. Yellowstone had enough visible magic without exposing its deepest secrets. As the spring thaw began, bringing the first brave tourists back to the park, I found myself changed by the knowledge I now carried. I looked at the wilderness differently, not just as an ecosystem to protect, but as a home shared with intelligent beings who had their own right to privacy and peace. One evening in late March, I hiked alone to a ridge overlooking the valley where I'd had my first encounter. The snow was melting, revealing patches of green below. As the sun set, painting the mountains in gold and purple, I heard it again. That distinctive whistling, closer than ever before. I remained still, making no threatening movements. The whistling continued, now from multiple directions, a complex exchange that sounded remarkably like conversation. Though I couldn't see them, I knew I was being observed, evaluated, perhaps even accepted. Slowly, deliberately, I set down my pack and removed the offerings I had brought, fresh fruits and nuts, left on a flat rock as I had done occasionally throughout the winter. Then, I stepped back and waited. As darkness fell, I saw movement at the forest edge below. A tall figure emerged partially from the trees, silhouetted against the last light. It stood watching me for several long moments. I raised my hand in a simple greeting, feeling strangely calm in the presence of something that defied conventional explanation. The figure raised its arm in return, a gesture that could not be misinterpreted. Then it melted back into the forest, the whistling fading until only the natural sounds of the night remained. I didn't need photographs or DNA samples to validate what I had experienced. The truth of Yellowstone's hidden inhabitants lived now in my understanding of the land I had sworn to protect. Some mysteries deserve to remain mysteries, not because the truth is too frightening to face, but because some truths belong to the wilderness itself. In my official reports, I documented increasing bear activity in the region and recommended maintaining current access restrictions. In my private journals, I recorded a different story, one of coexistence, boundaries respected, and silent agreements between species sharing the same precious wilderness. As I made my way back to my cabin that night, I realized I had found my true purpose as a ranger. Beyond the uniform and badge, beyond the daily tasks of wilderness management, I had become something more. A guardian of the boundary between worlds, a keeper of secrets that the modern world wasn't ready to understand. And in that role, I had finally found peace. I never introduced myself as a man with exceptional intuition. In retrospect, perhaps I should have listened to the subtle warning signs that prickled along my spine the moment I veered off the main highway. My name is Calvin Hensley, and in the spring of 2017, I decided to take my RV on a solo journey to the remote stretches of Alaska's Kenai Peninsula. Looking back, I wonder if I was running from something or merely toward the promise of solitude. The disappointment of my failed homebrewing experiment still lingered. Turns out fermenting beer requires more finesse than drinking it. My garage still bore the stains from that particularly explosive batch. I needed space, perspective, and perhaps inspiration for a hobby less likely to result in property damage. Portage Valley emerged as my destination after hours of research. Not overrun with tourists, yet renowned for its majestic glaciers and dense forests that seem to whisper ancient secrets. The kind of place where a man could disappear for a while, reset his bearings, and maybe find a path forward that didn't involve explaining to insurance adjusters why the ceiling had malt extract on it. The journey north was nothing short of breathtaking. My weathered RV hummed along winding roads, the engine's rhythm almost meditative beneath my feet. Towering spruce trees stood as silent sentinels on either side, their shadows dancing across the dashboard as afternoon light filtered through. The air grew crisper with each mile, carrying the mingled scents of pine resin and distant ocean salt. I arrived as daylight began to fade, pulling into a small clearing near a glacial stream. The water ran swift and clear, a mesmerizing blue-white that seemed almost illuminated from within. Mountains rose in the distance, their peaks catching the last golden rays of sunlight before surrendering to dusk. It was the kind of spot that makes you contemplate tossing your cell phone into the water and embracing a life off the grid. As I set about establishing camp, extending the RV's awning, arranging my folding chair, preparing the fire pit, I heard the distinctive rumble of an approaching vehicle. A beat-up pickup truck rattled down the path, its once blue paint now faded to a mottled gray. rust creeping along the wheel wells like a slow disease. It parked some distance away, but close enough that I could make out the driver. He emerged unhurriedly, a burly figure dressed in worn flannel and jeans that had clearly weathered many seasons. His beard was thick and unkempt, his movements deliberate. When our eyes met across the clearing, he offered a perfunctory nod. Nothing more, nothing less. I returned the gesture, respecting the unspoken wilderness code that acknowledged presence without demanding social obligations. Friendly type, I muttered to myself as I returned to my tasks. Probably here for the fishing, I reasoned. The glacial waters were known for healthy populations of salmon and trout. I decided I'd properly introduce myself in the morning if our paths crossed again. That first night passed without incident. I cooked a simple meal of beans over the crackling fire, savoring the stillness interrupted only by the occasional call of a distant owl or the gentle rushing of the stream. As darkness enveloped the forest, stars emerged with startling clarity. Thousands of them, more than I'd ever seen in the light-polluted skies back home. It was only as I prepared for sleep that an unsettling realization struck me. I'd forgotten my bear spray. The thought briefly quickened my pulse before I dismissed it with forced nonchalance. Alaska's basically Canada's overachieving sibling, I reassured myself as I climbed into the RV. What's the worst that could happen? Words that would come back to haunt me before my journey's end. Morning arrived with a symphony of bird song and dappled sunlight filtering through my RV's windows. After a hearty breakfast of instant oatmeal and strong coffee, I decided to explore a nearby trail that promised stunning views of the glacier. My neighbor's truck remained parked in the same spot, though there was no sign of the man himself. Perhaps he'd departed at first light for a day of fishing. The trailhead was marked by a weathered wooden sign, its carved letters faded but still legible. Portage Glacier Outlook, 3.2 miles. A moderate hike by most standards, one I felt adequately prepared for with my day pack containing water, trail mix, and a basic first aid kit. What I couldn't have prepared for was what awaited me along that seemingly innocuous path. The first mile passed pleasantly enough. The trail wound through dense forest, occasionally opening to reveal breathtaking glimpses of the mountains beyond. The air was alive with sounds. Rustling leaves, distant bird calls, the soft padding of my boots on the earth. I felt my urban tension melting away with each step, replaced by a growing sense of connection to this pristine wilderness. That sense of peace shattered approximately an hour into my hike. I nearly missed it, a thin wire strung across the path at ankle height. I stopped abruptly, heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. This was no natural formation. Crouching for closer inspection, I recognized it immediately, a snare trap, crude but effective. The kind that could easily catch an unsuspecting animal or person, causing significant injury. "What the hell?" I muttered, carefully stepping over it. My initial thought was that perhaps this was the work of my campsite neighbor. If he was a hunter rather than a fisherman, it would explain the trap. But setting it on a marked hiking trail seemed not just irresponsible but deliberately dangerous. I made a mental note to report it to park rangers when I returned to civilization. Continuing with heightened caution, I found my gaze constantly scanning the ground ahead. The enjoyment of the hike had diminished, replaced by a persistent wariness that kept my shoulders tense. My vigilance proved necessary when, further along, I encountered more traps. Some were additional wire snares. Others were shallow pits covered with branches and leaves, primitive but potentially effective. It was like navigating a twisted obstacle course designed by someone with malicious intent. "Well, Calvin," I murmured dryly to myself, "you've officially entered the world's worst theme park." As the trail delved deeper into the forest, the trees grew more densely packed, filtering the sunlight into thin spectral beams that barely penetrated the canopy. The atmosphere had shifted subtly, What had felt refreshing and invigorating now carried an undercurrent of menace. I considered turning back but found myself drawn forward by a troubling curiosity. Who would set these traps, and why? The path narrowed, becoming less defined, suggesting it was rarely traveled. I questioned whether I'd somehow strayed from the main trail, but continued forward, guided by an inexplicable compulsion to discover what lay ahead. The forest had grown eerily quiet, as if the wildlife sensed something I couldn't. Then I saw it, a cabin nestled among ancient pines, almost camouflaged by strategic positioning and overgrowth. It wasn't marked on any of the maps I'd studied. Smoke wafted lazily from a crooked chimney, confirming human presence. The structure itself was rough-hewn logs, the windows small and covered with what appeared to be burlap from the inside. Surrounding the cabin was an assortment of concerning items: animal skins stretched on drying racks, tools scattered across a blood-stained table, and most disturbing of all, a collection of large metal cages arranged behind the structure. Though empty, their interiors were stained with dark substances I didn't want to identify. The rational part of my brain screamed warnings. This wasn't a park ranger outpost or a licensed hunting lodge. This was something altogether more sinister. Yet I found myself moving closer, drawn by the same morbid fascination that compels people to slow down at accident scenes. A sound from within the cabin, movement, the scrape of a chair, sent me ducking behind a sizable pile of neatly stacked firewood. My heart pounded so loudly I feared it might give away my position. From my hiding place, I watched as the door swung open with a protesting creak. The burly man from the pickup truck emerged, but his appearance had transformed. Gone was the merely unkempt stranger. Before me stood someone whose very posture radiated danger. He was dragging something heavy wrapped in a stained tarp, the effort causing him to grunt with exertion. He heaved his burden onto a crude wooden table positioned in a small clearing beside the cabin. With practiced movements, he unwrapped the tarp. The contents made my blood run cold. It was a human body, male, perhaps in his 30s, unquestionably deceased. The corpse bore multiple lacerations, some appearing methodical rather than frenzied. With clinical detachment, the man pulled a large hunting knife from his belt and began systematically dissecting the body, separating flesh from bone with the precision of someone who had performed this macabre task many times before. Bile rose in my throat. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to vomit, to scream, to run blindly through the forest. My mind reeled, struggling to process the horror unfolding before me. This wasn't a hunter. This was a predator of the most dangerous kind. In my shocked state, I made a fatal error. As I shifted position to better conceal myself, my foot caught on a metal can, sending it clattering across the ground with what seemed like deafening volume. The man's head snapped up, knife suspended in midair, eyes scanning the surrounding area with predatory focus. "Who's there?" His voice was rough, tinged with annoyance rather than alarm, the reaction of someone inconvenienced, not frightened. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. Abandoning stealth, I bolted toward the trail, propelled by pure adrenaline. Behind me, I heard the knife clatter against the table and heavy footsteps pursuing me. "You can't hide," he shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. "I know these woods better than you know your own name." I had no doubt he spoke the truth. Fear has a way of sharpening your senses to razor precision while simultaneously clouding rational thought. As I crashed through the underbrush, veering away from the established trail, my mind raced in fragmented, panicked loops. Why hadn't I stayed by the RV? Why had I thought a solo hike in remote wilderness was a good idea? And why, of all the possible items to forget, had I left my Swiss Army knife back at camp? The forest that had seemed so welcoming hours earlier now felt hostile, each root and branch an obstacle designed to slow my escape. Behind me, I could hear my pursuer moving with the efficiency of someone intimately familiar with this terrain. He wasn't rushing, wasn't wasting energy. He was tracking me with the patience of a predator who knows his quarry has nowhere to go. I spotted a massive fallen tree ahead, its trunk partially hollowed by decay. Without hesitation, I dropped to my knees and squeezed beneath it, pressing my body against the damp earth. The musty scent of decomposing wood and soil filled my nostrils as I struggled to control my ragged breathing. I needed to think, to formulate a plan beyond blind panic. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped. From my hiding place, I could see his boots, worn leather caked with substances I didn't want to contemplate, standing just yards away. My pulse throbbed in my ears, so loud I was certain he must hear it. "Come on out," he called, his tone conversational, almost friendly. "We can sort this out like men." I remained motionless, hardly daring to breathe. Yeah, because that worked out so well for the last guy, I thought bitterly. After what felt like an eternity, he moved on, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading. I waited several more minutes, counting slowly to 300 before cautiously emerging from my hiding place. My jeans were soaked with mud, hands scratched and bleeding from my desperate flight through the forest. Every instinct urged me to run, but I forced myself to move slowly, deliberately. Blind speed would only lead to noise and mistakes. I needed to return to my RV without leaving an obvious trail. The sun had shifted position, making it difficult to get my bearings, but I oriented myself using the distant ridgeline visible through breaks in the canopy. I moved in a wide arc, avoiding the path that would lead directly back to the trail. Each step was carefully placed, each sound analyzed. Was that branch breaking beneath my foot, or was it him circling back? Was that distant rustling the wind in the leaves, or was he closing in from another direction? After an agonizing hour of this cautious progress, I spotted a familiar landmark, a distinctive lightning-struck tree I'd passed on my hike in. Relief surged through me. The RV couldn't be more than half a mile away now. I increased my pace, hope lending strength to my exhausted legs. The campsite came into view, my RV standing exactly as I'd left it, the sight of it almost bringing tears to my eyes. I scanned the area quickly, seeing no sign of the pickup truck or its murderous owner. Had he lost my trail? Was he still searching the woods, assuming I'd continue deeper into the wilderness rather than circling back? I didn't have time to contemplate these questions. Sprinting the final stretch, I yanked open the RV door, throwing myself inside and engaging the lock with trembling fingers. The key was still in the ignition where I'd left it. A small mercy in this nightmare scenario. I turned it, and the engine rumbled to life. Just as I shifted into gear, something slammed against the side of the RV with enough force to rock the entire vehicle. My head whipped toward the window, and there he was, eyes wild with excitement rather than anger, his weathered face split by a grin that contained no humor. In his hand gleamed the blood-stained axe I'd seen propped against the cabin wall. "Leaving so soon?" he called through the glass, his voice muffled but still carrying that same conversational tone. "We've hardly had a chance to get acquainted." I didn't respond. My foot pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the RV lurched forward with a protesting groan. He swung the axe as I passed, the blade connecting with the side mirror, shattering it in a spray of glass and plastic. "That's coming out of the deposit," I mumbled nonsensically, swerving onto the main road, tires spitting gravel. In the rearview mirror, I could see him standing in the clearing, watching my retreat, making no attempt to pursue on foot. His stance was relaxed, almost casual. It was the posture of someone who wasn't concerned, who perhaps had seen this scenario play out before and knew something I didn't. I drove faster than I'd ever pushed the aging RV, not daring to slow even when the engine protested the steep inclines. The narrow road twisted through the forest, each bend potentially concealing danger. I half expected to round a corner and find him standing in the middle of the road, or to discover the path blocked by a felled tree. After what felt like hours, but was likely less than 40 minutes, I reached a small town whose name I didn't even register. The main street consisted of a handful of businesses, a general store, a gas station, and a diner with a neon open sign glowing in the growing dusk. I pulled into the diner's parking lot, the RV's brakes squealing as I brought it to an abrupt stop. My legs nearly gave out as I stumbled from the vehicle. I must have been a sight. clothes torn and mud-caked, face scratched, eyes wild with lingering terror. The bell above the diner door jingled cheerfully as I burst in, drawing the curious gazes of the handful of patrons inside. A middle-aged waitress approached, coffee pot in hand, her expression shifting from welcoming to concerned as she took in my appearance. "Someone's after me," I managed to say, the words coming out hoarse and desperate. "He's killed someone, I saw him. He's cutting up a body in the woods." To her credit, she didn't dismiss me as a raving lunatic. She nodded slowly, set down the coffee pot, and picked up the phone behind the counter. As she dialed, I sank into the nearest booth, exhaustion suddenly crashing over me like a wave. While waiting for the authorities to arrive, my gaze drifted to a bulletin board near the entrance. It was covered with community notices, advertisements, and missing person flyers. At least half a dozen faces stared back at me, mostly men of varying ages, all reported missing in the surrounding area over the past 2 years. My stomach churned as the implications sank in. This wasn't an isolated incident. The man in the woods hadn't claimed his first victim today. I'd stumbled upon something far worse than I could have imagined. The local police station was a modest building that seemed to serve multiple functions for the small community. The walls were adorned with faded photographs of wilderness landscapes and what appeared to be local sports teams from decades past. I sat in a hard plastic chair, hands wrapped around a styrofoam cup of coffee that had long since gone cold, recounting my experience for the third time to a detective who had driven in from the nearest city. 2 officers had already been dispatched to investigate the cabin, while another stayed with me to take my statement. The detective, Lowry, according to his nameplate, was a weathered man in his 50s who listened with an expression that never quite revealed whether he believed me or thought I was suffering from wilderness-induced delusions. "And you're certain about what you saw?" he asked, tapping his pen against his notepad. "The body, the dissection. You're absolutely sure?" "Yes," I replied, suppressing a shudder at the memory. "I know what I saw." The man was methodically cutting up a human body. There were cages behind the cabin, tools for processing. This wasn't some hunter dressing a deer. Lowry nodded slowly. "You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Hensley, if what you're saying is accurate." "Story of my life," I interjected with a weak smile, attempting gallows humor to mask the tremor in my voice. Always seemed to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. As night fell outside the station windows, we waited for news from the officers who had gone to investigate. The tension in my shoulders had hardened into painful knots, and despite the multiple cups of coffee, exhaustion tugged at me. I must have dozed off in the chair because I startled awake when the door banged open. One of the officers who had gone to the cabin stood in the doorway, his uniform dirty and his expression grim. He beckoned Detective Lowry, and they conferred in hushed tones just out of my earshot. The officer kept glancing in my direction, his face a mixture of disbelief and something that looked unsettlingly like respect. Lowry returned to where I sat, his previous professional detachment replaced by a focused intensity. "They found the cabin," he confirmed, pulling up a chair to sit directly across from me. "And the body, just as you described. Also evidence linking the suspect to multiple disappearances in the area." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "Any idea who he is?" Lowry hesitated, then sighed. "We believe he's Ethan McAllister. Used to be a hunting guide around these parts before he went off the grid years ago after some incidents." "Incidents?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. "Clients went missing under his supervision. Never enough evidence to charge him with anything. Statements from others suggested he'd become increasingly erratic, talking about how humans had lost their connection to the true wilderness experience." "Great," I muttered. I stumbled into the lair of a long-standing serial killer with a wilderness philosophy. Detective Lowry didn't contradict me. "We've got every available officer searching the area, but McAllister knows that terrain better than anyone. He could be anywhere by now. They advised me to stay in town for at least a couple of days while they continued the search. The local motel was basic but clean, a definite step up from sleeping in the RV, which now felt tainted by my encounter with McAllister. I accepted their recommendation without argument, having no desire to return to the wilderness anytime soon. The following morning, I walked to the diner where I'd first sought help. The same waitress was working, her name tag identifying her as Linda. She gave me a sympathetic look as I slid onto a stool at the counter. "Rough night?" she asked, already pouring coffee without waiting for my order. "You could say that," I replied, gratefully accepting the steaming mug. "But on the bright side, I think I've had my fill of adventure for a while." She chuckled, the sound warm and comforting in its normalcy. "Most excitement we've had here in years. Maybe you should stick around. We could use someone to liven things up." "I think my idea of fun might be hazardous to everyone's health," I said with a wry smile. After breakfast, I spent the day wandering the small town, trying to shake off the lingering dread that seemed to have taken up residence in my chest. The locals were friendly enough, though I noticed they gave me curious glances. News traveled fast in communities this size, and I was now that guy who found the killer's cabin. Throughout the day, I'd periodically catch glimpses of flannel shirts or hear the rumble of truck engines that would send my heart racing, only to realize it was just an ordinary townsperson going about their business. The fear had lodged itself deep, transforming mundane sights and sounds into potential threats. By evening, Detective Lowry sought me out at the motel with an update. The investigation had uncovered more than anyone anticipated. "We found a network of tunnels beneath the cabin," he explained, his face drawn with fatigue. "They were filled with personal belongings from the missing persons, wallets, jewelry, clothing. It's worse than we imagined, Mr. Hensley. Based on the evidence, McAllister has been operating in this area for over a decade." I absorbed this information with a growing sense of horror. "And no one suspected?" "All those missing persons reports." "People go missing in the wilderness all the time," Lowry interrupted, though his tone suggested he found this explanation as unsatisfactory as I did. "Hikers get lost, climbers fall, tourists underestimate the dangers. Without conclusive evidence linking the disappearances, they were treated as isolated incidents." He looked at me with unexpected earnestness. "Thanks to you, we have a chance to put an end to it." "Glad I could help," I said, though I didn't feel particularly heroic. I'd stumbled onto McAllister's operation by sheer bad luck, and my only achievement had been managing not to become his next victim. That night, I locked the door of my motel room and wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. The curtains remained tightly closed, though I checked behind them repeatedly before finally attempting to sleep. Exhaustion eventually overcame anxiety, and I drifted into uneasy slumber. A thunderous banging jolted me awake. Disoriented, I sat upright in bed, heart pounding. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. The pounding continued, more urgent now. "Calvin, open up!" a voice called. It was Detective Lowry. I scrambled to the door, moving the chair aside and fumbling with the lock. "What's going on?" Lowry stood in the hallway, uniform disheveled, expression tense. "McAllister's been spotted on the outskirts of town. We need to get you to a safe location immediately." "You're kidding me," I groaned, even as I grabbed my jacket. "Does this guy ever quit?" "Not in our experience," Lowry replied grimly. They escorted me to the police station, which had transformed into a command center of sorts. Officers moved with purpose, radios crackled with terse updates, and a large map of the area was spread across a table marked with various notations. Reports were coming in from all over town. A shadow glimpsed behind the general store, footprints in the mud near the elementary school, a truck matching McAllister's seen idling at the edge of town before speeding away when approached. It was as if he were everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, a phantom terrorizing the community. Hours stretched on, dawn arriving with no resolution. The initial frantic energy had given way to a tense waiting game. Some officers suggested McAllister might have moved on, recognizing that the area had become too hot for him to operate safely. Or he's waiting for the right moment, I muttered, voicing the fear that had settled like a stone in my gut. By midday, they received a promising lead. A farmer had discovered an abandoned truck concealed in his barn, roughly 3 miles from town. In the vehicle's bed was a stash of weapons, hunting gear, and several items that appeared to match belongings from the missing persons. "That's got to be his," the police chief declared. "We're closing in." They intensified the search, focusing on the rural areas surrounding the farm where the truck had been found. I remained at the station, pacing the small lobby, feeling simultaneously useless and exposed. The waiting was its own form of torture. Linda from the diner appeared around lunchtime, carrying a thermos of coffee and a paper bag containing a sandwich. "Thought you might need this," she offered, setting them on the counter beside me. "You're a lifesaver," I said, accepting the food gratefully. "Any news out there? People talking?" "Nothing concrete," she replied, leaning against the counter. "Town's locked down tight. Everyone's staying indoors. You holding up okay?" "I feel like a sitting duck," I admitted. "At least you're a well-fed duck," she joked, and I managed a genuine laugh for the first time in days. As night approached, the tension in the station became almost unbearable. Then came the call that changed everything. Officers had cornered McAllister at an abandoned sawmill at the edge of town. Multiple units swarmed to the location, leaving behind a skeleton crew at the station for security. I waited in agonizing silence. Linda had stayed, neither of us acknowledging that she had no official reason to be there, but both drawing comfort from each other's presence. The minutes stretched into hours, the sparse updates over the radio cryptic and insufficient to piece together what was happening. Finally, the station door swung open and the police chief entered. His uniform was dirty, his expression grim but relieved. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. "It's over," he announced simply. "McAllister is dead." "How?" I asked, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "He engaged our officers in a firefight, refused to surrender." The chief's tone made it clear he considered this outcome preferable to a lengthy trial. "He didn't make it." A weight I hadn't fully acknowledged lifted from my shoulders. The nightmare was truly over. McAllister couldn't hurt anyone else, couldn't hunt me through the forest or through my dreams. "So that's it?" I asked, still struggling to believe it could end so definitively. "That's it," the chief confirmed. "We'll need your official statement for the records, but after that, you're free to go whenever you're ready." In the aftermath, the town began the slow process of healing. The true extent of McAllister's crimes emerged as investigators continued to process the cabin and associated sites. Families of the missing received the grim closure they had sought for years, though the pain would never fully fade. I remained in town for another week, helping with the investigation where I could, providing details about the cabin and my encounter. The authorities were particularly interested in McAllister's journal, recovered from the sawmill, which detailed his twisted philosophy. He had viewed himself as an apex predator, testing humans' worthiness to exist in the wilderness he considered his domain. When it came time to leave, I found myself reluctant to go. Despite the horror that had brought me there, I'd formed connections with the townspeople, particularly Linda, who came to see me off as I prepared to depart in my repaired RV. "Back to the open road?" she asked, leaning against the vehicle's side. "Thinking of taking a break from the wilderness," I replied honestly. "Maybe visit some crowded beaches. Safety in numbers, right?" She smiled, the expression genuine but tinged with something deeper. "Take care of yourself, Calvin, and maybe consider sticking to hobbies that don't involve life-threatening situations." "I'll do my best," I promised, though we both knew trouble had a way of finding me, regardless of my intentions. As I drove away from the town, the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape that seemed to transform even the most ordinary sights into something beautiful. The highway stretched before me, empty and full of possibility. I couldn't help but reflect on how a random decision, the choice of this particular destination, this specific campsite, had thrown me into the path of a killer. But that horror was behind me now. Ahead lay miles of road and the promise of new adventures, hopefully less deadly ones. The wilderness had revealed its darkest aspects to me, but also shown me something about myself, a resilience I hadn't known I possessed. As the town disappeared in my rearview mirror, I felt not just relief but a strange sense of rebirth. I was Calvin Hensley, survivor, and whatever the road ahead might hold, I would face it with the knowledge that I had stared into the abyss of human depravity and emerged intact. The RV's engine hummed beneath me, a comforting reminder that I was moving forward, away from darkness and into whatever light awaited. I usually finish my shift after everyone else is already asleep. So walking my dog Wren under the dim suburban glow had become routine. That night, the street shone with leftovers from a recent rain, creating silvery puddles that splintered the yard lights into shards of glare. It was that familiar Texas suburb, family homes in neat rows, the sort of place where nothing dramatic was supposed to happen. But the reflections bouncing off the wet pavement gave everything an odd haze. I kept squinting, trying to figure out if my eyes were just tired, or if the gleaming lights truly made it harder to see anything beyond their reach. The neighborhood was hushed. No other dog walkers were around. No cars rolling by. Just Wren and me. Wren was this sweet, laid-back companion, barely raising an eyebrow at squirrels, let alone strangers. Normally that was comforting. Tonight, though, his calm demeanor only emphasized how alone we were. The houses stood dark, their windows like empty eyes watching us pass. I noticed details I'd never paid attention to before. The way shadows pooled beneath parked cars, how the spaces between houses created tunnels of darkness that seemed to breathe with unseen movement. My footsteps echoed against the wet asphalt, each sound bouncing off garage doors and returning to me distorted. The air hung heavy with moisture and something else. That electric feeling before a storm, though the sky remained clear. I pulled my jacket tighter, not from cold, but from an inexplicable need for protection. My mind started to drift into darker corners, wondering how safe we really were. We kept moving along that narrow road, with no sidewalks, hugging the edge whenever I heard the distant possibility of a car. Tonight, though, there was no hint of an engine. My thoughts wandered. I caught myself gazing up at the stars one moment, then scanning the dark lawns for any sign of life the next. That was when I spotted some shape, shadowy and distant, far up ahead. It could have been anything. The way the streetlights played tricks with perspective made it impossible to judge distance or size at first. The figure seemed to materialize from the darkness itself, as if the shadows had suddenly decided to take human form. Maybe a trick of the light. But I knew I wasn't imagining it when it seemed to inch closer. The movement was wrong somehow, too smooth, too deliberate. Most people walking at night have a purpose. Heading home, walking a pet, getting exercise. This figure moved with the patience of someone who had nowhere to be, nothing but time. Despite my pulse kicking up, I told myself it was probably just a neighbor. No big deal, right? I couldn't turn around anyway, or I'd risk having this person behind me for the rest of my walk. The thought of being followed sent ice through my veins. Better to face whatever this was head on. So onward I went, staying near the curb with Wren snuffling at every mailbox post. The figure looked tall, and as we got nearer, I noticed they wore glasses. The glow of the yard lights reflected off the lenses, revealing the slightest flicker each time they shifted. That reflection was weirdly hypnotic, like two little mirrors aimed my way. I tried not to stare, but something about those glasses drew my attention. They seemed oversized, almost theatrical, catching and throwing back every available photon of light. The face behind them remained obscured, features lost in shadow despite the ambient glow. Only those twin reflections existed, floating in the darkness like disembodied eyes. The next overhead street lamp was a good stretch down the road, leaving a big patch of gloom between us. In those few seconds of partial darkness, I realized how quiet the figure was. No phone in hand, no shuffle of feet on gravel, nothing. Most people make noise when they walk. Keys jingling, clothes rustling, breath visible in the humid night air. This person moved in complete silence, as if they'd practiced the art of being unnoticed. I could hear my own breathing now, quick and shallow. Ren's collar tags clinked softly with each step. But from the approaching figure, nothing. Not even the scrape of shoes on pavement. I braced myself, half expecting a greeting or nod. That moment never arrived. Ren perked up. This was unusual. He barely reacted to strangers. His body went rigid beneath my hand, muscles bunching under his fur. A low growl started deep in his chest, something I'd never heard from him before. The leash went taut in my grip. We were nearly side by side when the figure stopped. My breath caught in my throat. The person stood perhaps 6 feet away, close enough that I should have been able to make out features, clothing details, something. But all I could focus on were those glasses, now perfectly still, aimed directly at me. Without a word, this person started to move in reverse, every step aligning with mine as if we were dancing to some silent beat. The movement was impossibly smooth, heel to toe in perfect reverse, maintaining that exact distance between us. No stumbling, no glancing back to check footing. Just that steady, unnatural backward glide. Ren, normally my gentle buddy, erupted in barks, straining so hard that I nearly lost my balance. The sound shattered the suburban quiet, echoing off houses and setting off a distant dog somewhere blocks away. But the figure never flinched, never acknowledged the noise. Just kept that backward pace, those reflective lenses never wavering from my face. My thoughts careened from embarrassment over my suddenly feral-sounding dog to a sharper dread pulsing at the edges of my mind. The stranger had no dog, no friendly wave, just a silent backward pace, keeping that reflective stare locked on me. I couldn't pin down what felt more unsettling, Ren's fierce reaction, or the steady way the stranger retreated, never breaking eye contact from behind those lenses. In that instant, the streetlights seemed dimmer, the houses too still. Every window appeared dark, every porch light suddenly inadequate. The familiar neighborhood transformed into something alien, a stage set for nightmares. I gripped Ren's leash with trembling hands, not sure whether to shout or just keep moving. The only thing I knew for certain was that every inch of me wanted to get out of there, fast. My legs felt heavy, like moving through water. The figure continued its backward progression, matching my speed exactly. When I slowed, it slowed. When I quickened my pace, it did the same. We were locked in this grotesque dance, and I had no idea how to break free. I wasn't about to wait there, locked in that disturbing standoff with a stranger who glided backward like some silent puppet. My eyes landed on a brighter intersection a short distance away, lit by scattered porch bulbs and the faint glow of passing headlights. Without a second thought, I tugged on Ren's leash and practically lunged in that direction. He resisted at first, barking, as though unwilling to let this bizarre threat out of his sight. It took a few harsh pulls before he followed, both of us stumbling onto the better-lit side road. The sudden shift from dark to light made my eyes ache. I looked back, searching for any glimpse of the stranger, but the gloomy stretch of houses seemed deserted. Either he'd melted into the shadows, or my nerves were wound so tight that I just couldn't see clearly. The spot where we'd had our encounter looked ordinary now, just another patch of suburban street. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd felt. The wrongness of it clung to me like cobwebs. Wren whined, ears pinned forward, still keyed up like something wasn't right. His hackles remained raised, and he kept looking back the way we'd come. Animals know things we don't. Sense dangers our civilized minds dismiss. If Wren was still afraid, I had every reason to be terrified. My grip on his leash was damp with sweat, and I kept expecting to spot a silhouette lurking behind a mailbox or creeping around the corner. Every shadow seemed to move. Every dark space between houses held potential threat. The normal sounds of night, crickets, distant traffic, the hum of air conditioners, all seemed muffled, as if the world held its breath. All I wanted at that point was the safe familiarity of home. Every time a branch rustled or a night bird called, I nearly jumped. A cat darted across the street ahead, and I bit back a scream. My rational mind tried to assert control, reminding me that I was in my own neighborhood, surrounded by sleeping families in their beds. But terror has its own logic, and mine insisted that danger still lurked nearby. There was no one to call out to, no friendly face peeking through a window. The houses might as well have been empty shells, facades with nothing behind them. Just a few blocks more, I thought. A few more blocks, and I could slam my door shut against whatever madness I'd just witnessed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to catch a flicker of those reflective glasses in the distance. Instead, all I saw were wet driveways and dim silhouettes of parked cars. But the feeling persisted, that crawling certainty of being watched, evaluated, measured for some purpose I couldn't fathom. My house felt impossibly far away, but after what seemed like forever, I spotted my porch light. The familiar sight should have brought relief, but instead, it highlighted how exposed I was in that final stretch. The last 100 yards to safety felt like miles. Normally that soft glow was comforting in an everyday sort of way, but tonight it felt like a beacon. Wren pulled ahead, eager to get inside as well. He wasn't calm yet, and honestly, neither was I. By the time I reached the front door, my hands were shaking so badly that I had to fumble with my keys a few times before I managed to fit one into the lock. When the door clicked open, I nearly burst through, dragging Wren in behind me. I flicked on every lamp I could reach, then flipped them off again when I realized how exposed the bright windows might make me. Then I reversed my choice. Darkness felt even more vulnerable. I settled for a single table lamp in the living room, just enough to see what I was doing. I spent the next hour perched on the edge of the couch, phone in hand, debating whether to call someone, anyone, and explain. But what would I say? That a strange man freaked me out by walking in reverse? It sounded ridiculous, yet the dread felt so real. The physical symptoms, racing heart, sweaty palms, that hollow feeling in my stomach, all testified to genuine terror. Sleep was out of the question. Even after I finally managed to shut off the lights and make my way to bed, I kept imagining footsteps crunching on gravel outside my window. Each settling of the house, every creak and groan of wood adjusting to temperature changes, sent fresh waves of panic through me. By morning, the sun spilled in through the blinds, painting everything in warm, normal hues. The terror felt distant, almost unreal, as though my mind had conjured it in the darkness. I made coffee with unsteady hands, trying to rationalize what had happened. But rationalization crumbled when I looked at Wren, saw the way he still watched the windows with unusual alertness. I never did see the figure again. Still, each evening afterward, whenever I took Wren out, I caught myself scanning the end of every street, looking for a tall silhouette, maybe a glint of glasses. The familiar route became a gauntlet of anxiety. I started varying my schedule, taking different streets, anything to avoid that particular stretch of road. And if I so much as glimpsed any shape in the distance, my chest tightened in an instant. Other dog walkers became sources of suspicion until they passed with normal greetings. Joggers approaching from behind made me grip Wren's leash tighter. The neighborhood I'd called home for years had transformed into a landscape of potential threats. That's the thing about terror. It clings to you, even long after your doorstep is locked up tight, like it's prowling just behind the places where the light stops. It changes you, makes you see danger in the ordinary, makes you question whether the safety you once took for granted ever really existed at all. And on quiet nights, when the streetlights cast their familiar glow on wet pavement, I remember those reflecting glasses and wonder if somewhere out there, that figure still walks backward through the darkness, waiting for another late-night encounter. When I think back to that summer of 2018, I can still feel the weight of the forest pressing down on me. The thick, humid air carrying a silence that didn't feel right. My uncle's cabin sat miles away from anything resembling civilization, tucked deep into the woods where the trees grew too close together, and the dirt road in was more crater than path. It wasn't the kind of place you found yourself accidentally. You had to want to be there, or in my case, have no choice. I was 15 then, old enough to understand that this wasn't a vacation but more of a punishment. My parents had shipped me off to spend 3 weeks with my uncle after what they called the incident at school. My younger siblings, Grace and Sam, had been dragged along, probably to keep me from feeling completely isolated. Grace was 13, all sharp elbows and sharper tongue, while Sam, barely 11, still believed in monsters under the bed. How ironic that would prove to be. The cabin itself was a relic from another era, built sometime in the 1960s when people still thought isolation was romantic rather than terrifying. The wooden walls were thick with decades of varnish, dark and heavy, and the windows were small, letting in just enough light to remind you that the outside world existed. Inside, everything smelled of pine and something else, something musty and old that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. My cousin Vincent had arrived the day before us. He was 17, confident in that way that only comes from never having your world truly shaken. Tall and broad-shouldered, with the kind of easy smile that made adults trust him immediately, Vincent had always been the golden child of the family. Where I was awkward and prone to trouble, he was smooth and reliable. The kind of person who could talk his way out of anything, or so we thought. That first evening, as we unpacked our bags in the stifling heat, Vincent laid down the rules for our stay. The forest was ours to explore, he said, but there were boundaries. The creek to the east was safe for swimming, though the current could be tricky. The old logging trail to the north led to a clearing where we could play games. But the area past the hollow tree was off limits, absolutely forbidden. The hollow tree stood like a monument at the edge of a small clearing, its trunk wide enough for all four of us to hide behind at once. Its bark was scarred with deep grooves that looked too deliberate to be natural, like someone or something had clawed at it over the years. The inside of the tree was hollowed out, creating a dark cave that seemed to swallow light. Vincent told us it marked the property line, and we weren't supposed to go beyond it because of the steep ravine on the other side. But even then, watching the way his eyes avoided the tree when he spoke, I could tell there was something he wasn't saying. The way his voice dropped when he mentioned it, the quick glance he shot toward the tree line, the slight tremor in his hands, all of it suggested that the ravine wasn't the real reason we needed to stay away. Our days fell into a routine quickly. Mornings were spent helping with chores around the cabin. Afternoons were ours to explore, and evenings we'd sit on the porch, listening to Vincent tell stories about the woods. He had an endless supply of them, tales of old logging camps and forgotten settlements, of hunters who'd gotten lost and emerged weeks later with no memory of where they'd been. But it was the games that really drew us together. Vincent had a talent for making everything feel like an adventure, even something as simple as hide and seek. He'd set elaborate rules, create complex scenarios, turn our play into epic quests that could last for hours. Grace and Sam adored him, hanging on his every word, and I found myself drawn in despite my usual teenage cynicism. Hide and seek was our favorite game, partly because the forest provided such perfect hiding spots. Fallen logs created natural shelters. Thick undergrowth could conceal a person completely, and the varying elevations meant you could disappear into a depression in the ground and become invisible. Vincent was always the hardest to find, seeming to vanish into the forest itself, while Sam was hopeless at staying quiet, always giving himself away with giggles or the rustling of leaves. But there was an unspoken understanding about the boundaries. We might venture farther from the cabin during the day, but we always stayed well away from the hollow tree. It stood there at the edge of our playground, a constant reminder that our freedom had limits. Sometimes I'd catch myself staring at it, wondering what lay beyond. But Vincent's warnings echoed in my head, and I never quite worked up the courage to investigate. The forest around the cabin was alive during the day, filled with the sounds of birds and insects, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Squirrels chattered in the trees, woodpeckers drummed against dead bark, and somewhere in the distance, you could always hear the gentle murmur of the creek. It felt safe, normal, the kind of place where children could play without worry. But as the sun began to set each day, something changed. The sounds would fade, one by one, until an unnatural quiet settled over everything. The birds would stop singing, the insects would fall silent, and even the ever-present buzz of mosquitoes would disappear. It was during these evening hours that the forest felt different, heavier, as though it was holding its breath. The evening that changed everything started like all the others. The sun was sinking low, turning the sky a dusky orange, and the woods were beginning their nightly transformation from welcoming playground to something more ominous. Vincent suggested we play one last game of hide and seek before heading inside, and as usual, I volunteered to be the seeker. I didn't mind the role. There was something satisfying about the hunt, the methodical process of searching every potential hiding spot. I positioned myself against the old oak tree near the cabin, squeezing my eyes shut and beginning the familiar countdown. 1, 2, 3. My voice echoed slightly in the clearing, and I could hear the others scattering, their footsteps growing fainter as they sought their hiding places. The forest seemed to lean in around me as I counted, the shadows growing longer and deeper with each passing second. 18, 19, 20. Ready or not, here I come. I opened my eyes and immediately felt that first prickle of unease. The forest had gone quiet, too quiet. The usual evening sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, the gentle creaking of branches, all of it had vanished. It was just me and the sound of my own breathing, sharp and loud in the unnatural silence. I shook off the feeling, attributing it to the natural nervousness that always came with being alone as darkness approached. The game had to go on, and I had a reputation to maintain as the family's most persistent seeker. I started with the obvious spots first, the fallen log where Sam liked to hide, the cluster of thick bushes where Grace often crouched, but both spots were empty, not even a sign that someone had been there recently. Moving deeper into the forest, I called out their names, my voice seeming to fall flat against the trees. Grace, Sam, Vincent. The silence that followed was absolute, as though the forest had absorbed my words completely. I found Sam first, his bright red sneakers giving him away from behind a boulder. He emerged with his usual grin, but I noticed his eyes darting nervously toward the darkening trees. Grace was trickier, tucked into the hollow of an old tree root. But a flash of her yellow t-shirt caught my eye. She crawled out, brushing dirt from her clothes. But like Sam, she seemed on edge, constantly looking over her shoulder. "Where's Vincent?" she whispered, and I realized that in all my searching, I hadn't found a single trace of our cousin. "Vincent!" I called, louder this time, my voice carrying further into the darkening woods. No response. The three of us stood there in the growing gloom, the familiar forest suddenly feeling vast and threatening around us. We searched for Vincent for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 20 minutes. The sun had almost disappeared, leaving us with just the pale light filtering through the canopy. Sam was getting scared, staying close to my side and jumping at every small sound. Grace was trying to maintain her usual tough facade, but I could see the worry in her eyes. "Vincent!" we called in unison, our voices creating an eerie chorus that seemed to bounce back from the trees wrong, distorted somehow. The hollow tree loomed ahead of us, its dark opening like a mouth in the twilight. We'd avoided it all week, but now it seemed like the only place left to search. "Maybe he's hiding behind it," Grace suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. We approached slowly, our feet crackling on the dried leaves and fallen branches. The temperature seemed to drop with each step, and the shadows around the tree were deeper, more absolute than they should have been. As we drew closer, I caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. There, standing just beyond the hollow tree, was a figure. My heart leaped with relief. "Vincent!" I called out, starting to run toward him. But something made me stop, some instinct that screamed danger. The figure was the right height, the right build, but something was wrong with the way it stood. Too rigid, too still, like a mannequin posed by an amateur. Its head was tilted at an odd angle, as though it were listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear. And when it turned toward us, my stomach dropped. It was Vincent's face, but wrong. The features were all there, but arranged slightly off, like a photograph that had been cut up and reassembled by someone who'd never seen the original. The smile was too wide, stretching across the face in a way that made my skin crawl. And the eyes, God, the eyes were the worst part. They were Vincent's eyes, but they held something else. Something hungry and alien that made every instinct in my body scream to run. "Vincent?" Grace whispered, her voice barely audible. The thing wearing Vincent's face took a step toward us, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet being controlled by someone who'd never learned how to make it walk properly. Its arms swung stiffly at its sides, and its head stayed tilted at that unnatural angle. I grabbed both Grace and Sam, pulling them backward. "Run," I whispered. "Run now." We turned and bolted back toward the cabin, branches whipping at our faces, the ground seeming to shift and roll beneath our feet. Behind us, I could hear something following, footsteps that were too heavy, too irregular to be human. We burst through the cabin door like we were being chased by demons, which maybe we were. The familiar space of the living room felt like a sanctuary, but even as we slammed the door and threw the bolt, I knew it wouldn't be enough. Whatever was out there, it wasn't bound by normal rules. "What was that?" Sam gasped, his face pale and streaked with tears. Before I could answer, we heard Vincent's voice from the kitchen. "What's all the commotion about?" He emerged from the doorway, rubbing his eyes as though he'd just woken up, looking perfectly normal, perfectly human. We stared at him in shock, speechless. He was Vincent, the real Vincent, not the twisted version we'd seen in the woods. His eyes held their usual warmth. His smile was natural and concerned, not the horrible rictus we'd witnessed by the tree. But if he was here, then what had we seen out there? "We saw you," I managed to choke out. "In the woods, by the hollow tree." Vincent's expression changed instantly. The color drained from his face and his eyes darted to the windows. For a moment, he looked like he might deny it, make up some rational explanation. But then his shoulders sagged, and I saw real fear in his eyes. "Lock everything," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Every door, every window. Don't make a sound." The transformation in him was complete. Gone was the confident teenager who'd been leading our adventures all week. In his place was someone who understood exactly what kind of danger we were in. We scrambled to follow his instructions, racing from room to room, checking every possible entry point. The cabin had never felt so fragile, so exposed. The walls were just wood and glass, nothing that could really keep out something determined to get in. Vincent grabbed the old hunting rifle from behind the door, his hands shaking as he checked to make sure it was loaded. "What is it?" Grace whispered, her earlier bravado completely gone. "What's out there?" Vincent looked at her, then at Sam and me, and I could see him weighing his words carefully. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know," he admitted. But it's not the first time. The admission hung in the air like a physical weight. Not the first time. That meant this had happened before. That whatever was out there had been waiting, watching, perhaps for weeks or months or longer. The thought made my skin crawl. The idea that we'd been playing and laughing and exploring while something monstrous lurked just beyond our sight. Outside, the forest had fallen into complete silence. No wind, no insects, no night sounds of any kind. It was as though everything natural had fled, leaving only us and whatever was stalking us in the darkness. Night fell completely, and with it came the voices. They started soft, almost like whispers carried on a wind that didn't exist. At first I thought I was imagining them, but the way Grace's head snapped up and Sam pressed closer to my side told me they were real. "Grace?" came a voice from outside, sweet and familiar. It was our mother's voice, calling like she did when it was time for dinner. "Come outside, sweetheart. It's time to come home." Grace's face went white, and she shook her head violently. "That's not her," she whispered. "Mom's 300 miles away." But the voice was perfect, exactly right down to the slight rasp Mom got when she was tired. It called again, more insistent this time. "Grace, honey, what are you doing in there? Come out right now." The tone was shifting, taking on the edge Mom got when she was getting angry, when punishment was coming if we didn't obey immediately. Then Sam's name joined the chorus, called in Dad's voice. "Samuel, you get out here this instant. You know better than to hide from me." Sam was shaking now, tears streaming down his face. The voice was perfect, capturing Dad's disappointed tone exactly, the one that meant we were in real trouble. Vincent appeared at my shoulder, the rifle clutched in his white-knuckled grip. "Don't listen," he hissed. "Whatever it is, it's trying to get us to open the door. It's learning from us, copying the voices it thinks will work." But even as he spoke, I heard my own name being called in Vincent's voice, though Vincent was standing right next to me. The voices multiplied, overlapping and contradicting each other. Sometimes it was Mom calling for Grace. Sometimes it was Dad demanding Sam come outside. Sometimes it was Vincent calling my name with increasing desperation. But then other voices joined in. Voices of teachers, friends, relatives. All of them begging and demanding and threatening. All of them trying to convince us to step outside. The worst part was how real they sounded. Not just the voices themselves, but the emotions behind them. I could hear genuine concern in Mom's voice, real anger in Dad's, authentic fear in the version of Vincent that was calling to me. Whatever was out there had studied us, learned not just how our family sounded, but how we related to each other. As the hours dragged on, the voices grew more sophisticated, more personal. They began referencing specific memories, inside jokes, private conversations. Mom's voice told Grace about the time she'd broken the lamp and never confessed. Dad's voice reminded Sam about the promise he'd made about cleaning his room. It was as though our own memories were being turned against us. "How does it know these things?" Grace whispered, covering her ears with her hands. Vincent looked grim, his eyes never leaving the windows. "I don't know," he said, "but it's been watching us, learning." The thought that we'd been observed, studied, cataloged like specimens made my stomach turn. The voices continued for hours, rising and falling like a twisted symphony. Sometimes they would stop completely, leaving us in that suffocating silence, and we'd begin to hope it was over. But then they would start again, more insistent than before, more desperate. Around what I guessed was midnight, they changed tactics. Instead of calling from outside, the voices seemed to come from inside the cabin itself. We'd hear Mom's voice from the kitchen, or Dad's from the bedroom, always just around the corner, always just out of sight. Vincent had us stay together in the living room, but the voices followed us even there. "I'm right here," Vincent's voice said from the corner of the room, though Vincent was sitting next to me. "Why won't you come to me?" The voice was hurt, confused, with just the right note of betrayal. If I hadn't been looking directly at the real Vincent, I might have believed it. Sam was the worst affected. At 11, he didn't have the same ability to rationalize what was happening. The voices of our parents calling to him were torture, and several times he tried to go to the door before we could stop him. "They need me," he sobbed. "They're scared. I have to help them." "It's not them," I kept telling him, holding him close. "Mom and Dad are safe at home. This is something else. Something that wants to hurt us." But even as I said it, I wondered how long any of us could hold out against this psychological assault. Vincent told us what he could during the brief quiet periods. His family had been coming to this cabin for generations, and there had always been stories. Hunters who disappeared near the hollow tree. Hikers found days later with no memory of where they'd been. Children who wandered too far into the woods and came back. Different. "My grandfather used to say something lived in these woods," Vincent whispered, his voice barely audible. "Something old and hungry. He said it could wear faces like clothes, become whatever it needed to be to get close to people." The idea was terrifying, but it explained what we'd seen, what we were hearing. As dawn approached, the voices gradually faded. The oppressive weight that had pressed down on us all night began to lift, and for the first time in hours, I felt like I could breathe properly. Vincent lowered the rifle, his arms shaking from holding it ready all night. "It's over," he said, but his voice held no relief, only exhaustion and dread. For now. Through the windows, pale morning light was beginning to filter through the trees, and the forest looked normal again, peaceful even. But I knew I'd never see it the same way. We didn't discuss what had happened. What was there to say? That something inhuman had spent the night trying to lure us to our deaths using the voices of our loved ones? That we'd seen Vincent's face on something that definitely wasn't Vincent? That we were trapped in a nightmare that felt all too real? Instead, we focused on getting out. Vincent went to get the car keys from his room, but returned empty-handed, his face pale. "They're gone," he said simply. We searched the entire cabin, but the keys were nowhere to be found. Vincent was certain he'd left them on his dresser, but now they were simply gone. "It took them," Grace said, and none of us argued. The thing in the woods didn't want us to leave. It wanted us to stay, to play its games, to eventually make the mistake that would let it get close enough to... what? We didn't want to find out. We spent the morning fortifying the cabin as best we could, moving furniture against the doors, checking and rechecking the windows. Vincent tried the old radio, hoping to call for help, but it produced nothing but static. We were truly alone. It was Sam who spotted them first. "Look," he said, pointing out the window toward the tree line. There, standing just visible among the trees, were figures. From a distance, they looked like people, but there was something wrong with the way they moved, the way they stood. Too stiff, too unnatural. As we watched, more appeared. Dozens of them, all standing perfectly still, all facing the cabin. Some looked like Vincent, some like us, some like people I didn't recognize but who felt familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there watching us with those wrong eyes. "How long have they been there?" Grace whispered, but none of us had an answer. They could have been there all morning, or all week, or longer. They could have been watching us every day we'd been playing in the woods, learning from us, copying us, waiting for their moment. Vincent made the decision for all of us. "We're leaving," he said. "On foot, through the woods, back to the main road. It's 15 miles, but we can make it if we stay together." The alternative was staying in the cabin and hoping someone would eventually come looking for us. But after last night, that seemed like a death sentence. We gathered what supplies we could carry, filled our water bottles, and prepared to make our run. Vincent took the lead with the rifle. I took the rear to watch for followers, and Grace and Sam stayed between us. As we opened the door, the figures in the tree line didn't move, but I could feel their attention like a physical weight. We made it to the main road as the sun was setting, exhausted and dehydrated but alive. A passing truck picked us up, and the driver didn't ask many questions about why 4 kids were hiking alone in the middle of nowhere. We told our families we'd decided to cut the trip short, that Vincent had gotten homesick. But I still dream about those woods sometimes. I dream about the hollow tree and the thing that wore Vincent's face. I dream about the voices calling to me in the dark, promising everything would be okay if I just opened the door. And sometimes, when I'm walking alone at night, I think I hear familiar voices calling my name from the shadows. I know it's just my imagination, just the lingering trauma of those few terrible days. But I never answer, and I never look back. Because somewhere deep in those dark woods, past the hollow tree, something is still waiting, still watching, still learning how to be human. And maybe, just maybe, it's gotten better at it. The first thing you should know about me is that I never planned to become an adventurer. My name is Emily Chen, and until a month ago, I was living a perfectly ordinary life as a software engineer in San Francisco. I had a small but comfortable apartment, a steady job at a tech startup, and a rescue cat named Pixel. My idea of excitement was trying a new coffee shop or attending a local tech meetup. Adventure, as far as I was concerned, was best experienced through the pages of a book or the screen of my laptop. But life has a funny way of upending our carefully laid plans. It all started with a phone call from my estranged uncle, Robert Chen. I hadn't spoken to him in years, not since he'd had a falling out with my parents and disappeared into the wilderness of Alaska. The last I'd heard, he was living off the grid in a cabin somewhere near Denali National Park. Emily, his voice crackled over the line, sounding distant and urgent. I need your help. It's about your grandfather's legacy. I frowned, confused. My grandfather had passed away when I was just a child, and as far as I knew, he hadn't left much of a legacy beyond some old photos and a collection of vintage watches. What are you talking about, Uncle Robert? I asked, my fingers absently stroking Pixel's fur as she lounged on my lap. There's no time to explain everything over the phone, he replied, his voice lowering to a near whisper. You need to come to Alaska, as soon as possible. I'll explain everything when you get here. I wanted to argue, to tell him that I couldn't just drop everything and fly to Alaska on a moment's notice. But something in his voice stopped me. It was a mix of urgency and fear. That wasn't like the Uncle Robert I remembered. All right, I found myself saying, much to my own surprise. I'll see what I can do. After hanging up, I sat in stunned silence for a few moments, trying to process what had just happened. Pixel meowed softly, sensing my unease. What have I gotten myself into, Pix? I murmured, scratching her behind the ears. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. I requested an emergency leave of absence from work, citing a family crisis. My boss, understanding but clearly annoyed, granted me 2 weeks. I arranged for my neighbor to look after Pixel, packed a bag with warm clothes — I'd heard Alaska could be brutally cold, even in the summer — and booked a flight to Fairbanks. As the plane took off from San Francisco International Airport, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a huge mistake. What did I know about surviving in the Alaskan wilderness? I was a city girl through and through, more comfortable navigating lines of code than hiking trails. And yet, here I was, flying into the unknown, all because of a cryptic phone call from an uncle I barely knew. The flight to Fairbanks was long and uneventful. I tried to distract myself by reading a book on my Kindle, but my mind kept wandering back to Uncle Robert's words. What did he mean by my grandfather's legacy? And why did he sound so scared? Fairbanks greeted me with a crisp, cool breeze that made me glad I'd packed my warmest jacket. As I collected my luggage, I scanned the crowd for Uncle Robert, but he was nowhere to be seen. Instead, I spotted a grizzled old man holding a sign with my name on it. "You Emily Chen?" he asked as I approached, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nodded, suddenly feeling very small and out of place. "Name's Jim. Your uncle sent me to pick you up," he said, grabbing my suitcase before I could protest. "It's a long drive to where we're headed. Hope you're ready for an adventure, city girl." As we walked to his battered pickup truck, I couldn't help but wonder what I'd gotten myself into. This was so far out of my comfort zone that I might as well have been on another planet. But there was no turning back now. The drive out of Fairbanks was beautiful in a way I'd never experienced before. The landscape was vast and wild, with dense forests giving way to sweeping tundra. Mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in mist. It was awe-inspiring and more than a little intimidating. Jim wasn't much for conversation, which suited me fine. I was too busy trying to take in the scenery and calm my growing nerves. After what felt like hours, we turned off the main road onto a bumpy dirt track that wound its way deeper into the wilderness. "Your uncle's place is just up ahead," Jim said, breaking the silence. "Strange man, your uncle. Been living out here for years, barely comes into town. Whatever he's got you mixed up in, be careful." Before I could ask what he meant by that, we rounded a bend and I saw it. Uncle Robert's cabin. It was larger than I'd expected, a 2-story log structure nestled against a backdrop of towering pines. Smoke curled from the chimney, and I could see a figure moving behind one of the windows. As Jim pulled up in front of the cabin, the front door swung open, and Uncle Robert stepped out onto the porch. He looked older than I remembered, his hair now more gray than black, his face lined and weathered. But his eyes were the same, dark and intense, filled with a mixture of relief and worry. "Emily," he called out as I climbed out of the truck. "Thank God you're here. We don't have much time." I thanked Jim, who gave me one last concerned look before driving off, leaving me alone with my uncle and a growing sense of unease. "Uncle Robert," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What's going on? Why did you call me here?" He glanced around nervously, as if expecting to see someone watching us from the trees. "Not out here," he said, ushering me inside. "It's not safe. I'll explain everything, I promise. But first, we need to get you settled in." As I followed him into the cabin, lugging my suitcase behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just stepped into something much bigger and more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. My ordinary life in San Francisco seemed like a distant memory now, replaced by the looming mystery of my grandfather's legacy and the palpable fear in my uncle's eyes. The inside of Uncle Robert's cabin was a curious blend of rustic charm and high-tech equipment. The walls were lined with bookshelves crammed with volumes on a wide range of subjects, from Alaskan wildlife to advanced physics. A large fireplace dominated one wall of the living room, casting a warm glow over the space. But what caught my eye was the array of computers and scientific instruments that occupied a large desk in the corner. "Make yourself comfortable," Uncle Robert said, gesturing to a worn but cozy-looking armchair. "I'll make us some tea." As he busied himself in the small kitchen area, I took the opportunity to look around. My gaze was drawn to a series of maps pinned to one wall, covered in cryptic symbols and notations. Next to them hung a faded photograph of a man I recognized as my grandfather, standing in front of what looked like an ancient stone structure. Uncle Robert returned with 2 steaming mugs of tea. He handed one to me before settling into the chair opposite mine, his face grave. "Emily," he began, his voice low and intense. "What I'm about to tell you is going to sound incredible, impossible even. But I need you to listen with an open mind. Your grandfather, our family, we're part of something much bigger than you can imagine." I sipped my tea, trying to calm my nerves. What do you mean, Uncle Robert? What does this have to do with Grandpa's legacy? He took a deep breath. Your grandfather wasn't just an archaeologist, he was part of a secret society, one that's existed for centuries. They call themselves the custodians of the veil. I couldn't help but laugh nervously. The custodians of the veil? Uncle Robert, this sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. His expression remained deadly serious. I know how it sounds, Emily, but it's real. The veil they speak of isn't a physical thing. It's the barrier between our world and something else. Something ancient and powerful. I set my mug down, my head spinning. I don't understand. Are you saying Grandpa was involved in some kind of cult? Uncle Robert shook his head vehemently. Not a cult. A group dedicated to protecting humanity from forces beyond our understanding. Your grandfather was a guardian, tasked with safeguarding one of the nexus points, places where the veil is thin, where things can slip through. I stood up, pacing the room. This was too much. Uncle Robert, I'm a software engineer. I deal in logic, in code. What you're saying, it doesn't make any sense. I know, Emily. I didn't believe it at first either. But I've seen things. Things that defy explanation. He reached for a leather-bound journal on the coffee table and handed it to me. This was your grandfather's. Read it. It will help you understand. With shaking hands, I opened the journal. The pages were filled with my grandfather's neat handwriting, interspersed with diagrams and sketches. As I skimmed through it, I saw references to ancient artifacts, ley lines, and entities with unpronounceable names. Why are you telling me this now? I asked, looking up from the journal. Uncle Robert's face darkened. Because the veil is weakening. The nexus point your grandfather guarded. It's becoming unstable. And there are those who would exploit this, who would tear down the veil entirely, not understanding the catastrophe it would unleash. I sank back into my chair, my mind reeling. And you think I can help? Uncle Robert, I'm not equipped for this kind of thing. He leaned forward, his eyes intense. You are, Emily. More than you know. The ability to sense the veil, to interact with it. It runs in our family. Your grandfather had it. I have it. And I believe you do too. I shook my head, overwhelmed. This is insane. You're talking about magic, about monsters. These things don't exist. Don't they? Uncle Robert stood and walked to his desk. He returned with a small, intricately carved stone box. Open it, he said, placing it in my hands. Hesitantly, I lifted the lid. Inside was what looked like a simple compass, but instead of cardinal directions, its face was marked with symbols I didn't recognize. As I touched it, the needle began to spin wildly. That's a veil dial, Uncle Robert explained. It reacts to the presence of veil energy, and right now it's going crazy because of you. I stared at the spinning needle, a chill running down my spine. Part of me wanted to throw the veil dial across the room, to run out of the cabin and never look back. But another part, a part I barely recognized, was fascinated. What do you need me to do? I heard myself asking. Uncle Robert's shoulders sagged with relief. We need to stabilize the nexus point. Your grandfather left clues, a series of riddles that lead to the artifacts we need. But time is running out. The ones who want to tear down the veil, they're closing in. I took a deep breath, trying to process everything. Okay, I said finally. Where do we start? Uncle Robert smiled for the first time since I'd arrived. With this, he said, pulling out an old yellowed piece of paper. On it was written a cryptic verse. Where earth meets sky in eternal dance, seek the stone that gleams like frozen fire. In the shadow of the sleeping giant, the first key awaits the worthy aspirant. This is the first clue, Uncle Robert explained. We need to decipher it and find the artifact it points to. Are you ready for this, Emily? I looked down at the veil dial in my hand, its needle still spinning frantically. Then I thought of my quiet life in San Francisco, of lines of code and predictable routines. Something had called me here, something I didn't understand but couldn't ignore. I'm ready, I said, surprising myself with the determination in my voice. As night fell over the Alaskan wilderness, Uncle Robert and I bent over maps and ancient texts, trying to unravel the mystery my grandfather had left behind. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of adventure and danger. Little did I know, our quest was about to take us deep into the heart of Alaska's wildest regions, where the line between myth and reality blurred, and where I would discover strengths I never knew I possessed. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the Alaskan sun painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. I awoke feeling both exhausted and exhilarated. We had spent most of the night poring over maps and my grandfather's journals, trying to decipher the first clue. As I made my way downstairs, the smell of coffee and bacon greeted me. Uncle Robert was in the kitchen, looking as if he hadn't slept at all. "Good morning," he said, sliding a plate of breakfast towards me. "Eat up. We've got a long day ahead of us." I sat down at the small kitchen table, my mind still whirling with everything I'd learned. "Did you figure out the riddle?" I asked between bites of scrambled eggs. Uncle Robert nodded, spreading out a topographical map on the table. "I think so. Where Earth meets sky in eternal dance. That's got to be referring to the mountains. And the sleeping giant? That's what the local Athabascan people call Denali." I leaned in, studying the map. Denali, formerly known as Mount McKinley, was the highest peak in North America. Its massive form dominated the landscape of central Alaska. "So we're heading to Denali?" I asked, a mixture of excitement and apprehension coursing through me. "Not quite to the mountain itself," Uncle Robert replied. "The clue mentions the shadow of the sleeping giant. I think we're looking for a specific spot in Denali's shadow. There's an area here," he pointed to a spot on the map, "where an unusual geological formation has been reported. Locals call it the frozen flame, because of the way the rocks catch the light." I nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place. "The stone that gleams like frozen fire, that has to be it." "Exactly," Uncle Robert said, a hint of pride in his voice. "We'll drive as far as we can, but we'll have to hike the last few miles. It's rugged terrain, Emily. Are you up for it?" I thought about my sedentary lifestyle in San Francisco, my most strenuous activity being the occasional yoga class. But then I thought about the veil dial, about the legacy my grandfather had left behind. "I'll manage," I said with more confidence than I felt. We spent the next hour packing supplies: food, water, first aid kit, camping gear. Uncle Robert also packed some items I'd never seen before. Strange devices that looked like a cross between compasses and Geiger counters, vials of shimmering liquid, and small pouches of what looked like sand but glowed faintly in the dark. "Veil detection equipment," he explained when he caught me looking. "And some protective measures just in case." Just in case of what? I wondered, but didn't ask. By mid-morning we were on the road, Uncle Robert's battered pickup truck eating up the miles. The scenery was breathtaking: vast expanses of tundra, dense forests, and always, in the distance, the looming presence of the mountains. As we drove, Uncle Robert filled me in on more of our family history. He told me about our ancestors who had been part of the custodians of the veil for generations, about the sacrifices they had made to keep the world safe from things beyond human comprehension. "Your grandfather was one of the best," he said, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "He had a way of sensing the veil that was almost unheard of. That's why they entrusted him with guarding one of the most important nexus points. And now that responsibility falls to us?" I said quietly, the weight of it all starting to sink in. Uncle Robert nodded gravely. To you, Emily. I'm getting too old for this. Your grandfather always said the gift would manifest strongly in you. I fell silent, watching the landscape rush by outside the window. The idea that I had some sort of supernatural gift was still hard to swallow. I was Emily Chen, software engineer and cat mom, not some chosen one with mystical powers. As the day wore on, the road became rougher, winding through increasingly wild terrain. Finally, Uncle Robert pulled off onto a barely visible track that led into a dense forest. "This is as far as we can go by car," he said, killing the engine. "We'll have to hike from here." We shouldered our packs, heavy with supplies and mysterious equipment. Uncle Robert took a moment to consult a compass-like device that I assumed was another piece of veil-detecting technology. "The energy's getting stronger," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "We're on the right track." The hike was grueling. The forest floor was uneven, riddled with exposed roots and hidden dips. I stumbled more times than I could count, my muscles protesting with every step. But as we pushed deeper into the wilderness, something strange began to happen. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, a trick of the light filtering through the canopy. But as we continued, I couldn't deny it any longer. The forest around us seemed to be shifting. Colors became more vivid, shadows deeper. Out of the corner of my eye, I could swear I saw shapes moving among the trees, there and gone in an instant. "Uncle Robert," I panted, pausing to catch my breath. "Is it just me, or does something feel off?" He stopped, turning to face me with a mix of concern and excitement in his eyes. "You can feel it, can't you? The veil is thin here. What you're experiencing is the bleed-through of energies from the other side." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool forest air. "Is it dangerous?" "Not inherently," he replied, resuming our trek. "But it means we need to be cautious. The thinner the veil, the easier it is for things to slip through, in both directions." As if to emphasize his point, a sound echoed through the forest, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I froze, my heart pounding. "What was that?" I whispered. Uncle Robert's face was grim. "Nothing from this world. Come on, we need to keep moving." We picked up our pace, pushing through the underbrush with renewed urgency. The feeling of otherworldliness grew stronger with each step. The trees seemed to twist into impossible shapes, their bark shimmering with an inner light. Flowers bloomed and withered in seconds, their petals scattering on a wind I couldn't feel. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, the forest suddenly opened up into a small clearing, and there, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, was a sight that took my breath away. Rising from the forest floor was a formation of rocks unlike anything I'd ever seen. They jutted from the ground at impossible angles, their surfaces smooth and faceted like enormous gemstones. As the sunlight hit them, they seemed to ignite from within, glowing with a fierce, cold fire. "The frozen flame," Uncle Robert breathed, his voice filled with awe. We approached the formation cautiously. Up close, I could see that the rocks were covered in intricate patterns, swirls and spirals that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. "Now what?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Uncle Robert pulled out the veil dial. Its needle was spinning wildly, faster than I'd ever seen it move. "Now," he said, "we find the key." He began to circle the rock formation, his eyes darting between the veil dial and the patterns on the stones. I followed, my fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface of the rocks. As I did, I felt a strange tingling in my fingertips, as if the stone was vibrating at a frequency just beyond my perception. Suddenly, my hand brushed over a section of rock that felt different, warmer, almost alive. I paused, pressing my palm flat against it. "Uncle Robert," I called out. "I think I found something." He hurried over, his eyes widening as he saw where my hand was. "Emily," he said softly, "look at the stone." I glanced down and gasped. Where my hand touched the rock, the patterns were shifting, realigning themselves into a new configuration. As we watched, a seam appeared in the seemingly solid stone, widening to reveal a small cavity. Inside, nestled on a bed of what looked like starlight, was a small, intricately carved piece of obsidian. It was no larger than a playing card, but as Uncle Robert carefully lifted it out, I could feel the power radiating from it. "The first key," he said, his voice filled with reverence. "You did it, Emily. You found it." Before I could respond, that otherworldly growl echoed through the clearing again. Closer this time, much closer. Uncle Robert's face paled. "We need to leave," he said urgently, carefully wrapping the obsidian key in a piece of cloth and tucking it into his pack. "Now." As we turned to flee, I caught a glimpse of something moving at the edge of the clearing. It was like a tear in the fabric of reality, a shimmering rift through which I could see something. Something with too many eyes and limbs that bent in ways that made my mind recoil. "Run!" Uncle Robert shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling me back towards the forest. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces as we ran. Behind us, I could hear the sound of pursuit, a slithering, scraping noise that sent waves of primal fear through my body. As we ran, Uncle Robert fumbled in his pack, pulling out one of the pouches of glowing sand I'd seen earlier. "When I say now," he panted, "I need you to think about safety, about protection. Can you do that?" I nodded, too out of breath to speak. We burst out of the tree line onto the rough track where we'd left the truck. The sun had set, leaving us in the eerie twilight of the Alaskan summer night. "Now!" Uncle Robert shouted, skidding to a stop and turning to face the forest. I closed my eyes, concentrating with all my might on the idea of safety, of a barrier between us and whatever was chasing us. I felt a surge of something course through me, like an electric current, but somehow more. Uncle Robert flung the pouch of sand into the air. Instead of falling to the ground, it hung suspended, forming a shimmering curtain between us and the forest. Just in time, a dark, writhing mass slammed into the barrier, letting out a shriek that made my bones vibrate. "Go, go!" Uncle Robert yelled, pushing me towards the truck. We scrambled in, and Uncle Robert gunned the engine, tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. As we sped away, I looked in the side mirror. The shimmering barrier was fading, and through it, I could see shapes. Impossible shapes that hurt my eyes to look at, moving in ways that defied physics. I turned away, my heart pounding, as Uncle Robert drove us back toward civilization. We had the key, but at what cost? And what new dangers had we unleashed? As the adrenaline began to fade, I realized that my life had irrevocably changed. There was no going back to my quiet existence in San Francisco, not now that I'd seen what lurked beyond the veil. Whether I liked it or not, I was part of this now. Part of an ancient legacy, a cosmic struggle between light and dark. And somewhere out there, 2 more keys were waiting to be found. The drive back to Uncle Robert's cabin was tense and silent. My mind was reeling, trying to process everything that had happened. The frozen flame, the key, the thing that had chased us. It all felt like a dream. Or a nightmare. As we pulled up to the cabin, I noticed something was off. The door was slightly ajar, swinging gently in the breeze. "Uncle Robert," I said, my voice tight with fear. "Did you leave the door open when we left?" His face hardened. "No," he said grimly, reaching under his seat and pulling out what looked like an antique revolver. "Stay in the car. If anything happens, drive. There's a safe house marked on the map in the glove compartment." Before I could protest, he was out of the truck, moving cautiously towards the cabin. I watched, my heart in my throat, as he disappeared inside. Seconds stretched into minutes, each one feeling like an eternity. Finally, after what seemed like hours, Uncle Robert reappeared in the doorway, his face pale. "It's clear," he called out. "But you need to see this." Hesitantly, I got out of the truck and made my way to the cabin. As soon as I stepped inside, I could see why Uncle Robert looked so shaken. The place had been ransacked. Books were strewn across the floor, furniture overturned, and worst of all, Uncle Robert's desk had been completely destroyed, the computers smashed beyond repair. "They were looking for something," Uncle Robert said, carefully picking his way through the debris. "The key, most likely, or information about it." "Who?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew the answer. "The Shroud," he replied, his voice grim. "A group dedicated to tearing down the veil. They believe that by doing so, they'll gain unimaginable power. They don't understand, or don't care, about the catastrophe it would unleash." I shivered, remembering the glimpse I'd caught of what lay beyond the veil. The idea of such things roaming freely in our world was terrifying. "What do we do now?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Uncle Robert was silent for a moment, his eyes scanning the wreckage of his home. Then, with a determined set to his jaw, he turned to me. "We continue. We find the other 2 keys before the Shroud does. It's more important now than ever." He moved to a section of wall that looked no different from any other, and pressed his hand against it. To my amazement, a hidden panel slid open, revealing a small safe. Uncle Robert quickly entered a combination and pulled out a thick envelope. "Emergency funds and documents," he explained. "And this." He held up a small leather-bound book. It looked ancient, its pages yellowed and fragile. "Your grandfather's field journal," Uncle Robert said, handling the book with reverence. "It contains information about all 3 keys, including the riddles that lead to them. I kept it hidden here, separate from his other journals. Thank God the Shroud didn't find it." He handed me the journal, and as my fingers touched the worn leather, I felt a strange sensation, like a jolt of static electricity, but warmer, more alive. The feeling lingered, spreading up my arm and through my body. Uncle Robert watched me closely. "You can feel it, can't you? The connection to your grandfather, to the legacy he left behind." I nodded, unable to find words to describe the sensation. As I carefully opened the journal, my eyes fell on a passage written in my grandfather's neat handwriting. "The keys are more than mere objects. They are conduits, bridges between worlds. In the right hands, they can mend the weakening veil. In the wrong hands, they could tear it asunder. The burden of their guardianship is heavy, but it is one our family must bear." I looked up at Uncle Robert, the weight of responsibility settling over me like a physical thing. "What's our next move?" He smiled grimly. "We decipher the next riddle, and we find the second key. But not here. The Shroud knows about this place now. We need to go somewhere safe, somewhere they won't think to look for us." As Uncle Robert began to pack what essentials he could salvage, I flipped through the journal, my eyes catching on another cryptic verse. "In the land where ice never melts, where aurora paints the endless night, seek the cavern of whispered secrets, where the second key gleams in twilight's light." I read it aloud to Uncle Robert, watching as his brow furrowed in concentration. "The land where ice never melts," he mused. "That could be referring to one of the glaciers up north. And the aurora. We'll need to go even further north, possibly into the Arctic Circle." The idea of venturing into such remote, harsh terrain was daunting, but I pushed my fear aside. We had no choice. The fate of the world, quite literally, depended on us finding these keys before the Shroud did. As we loaded the truck with what supplies we could gather, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned, half expecting to see another otherworldly horror, but instead, I saw a fox. It stood at the edge of the clearing, its rust-red fur a stark contrast to the green of the forest. But there was something odd about it. Its eyes seemed to glow with an inner light, and as it looked at me, I felt a strange sense of recognition. "Uncle Robert," I called out softly. "Look." He turned, his eyes widening as he saw the fox. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered. "Looks like we've got a guide." "A guide?" I asked, confused. Uncle Robert nodded. "Sometimes, when the veil is thin, animals can be influenced by the other side. They become messengers, guides. Your grandfather used to talk about them, said they always showed up when he needed them most." As if in response to Uncle Robert's words, the fox turned and began to trot down the road, pausing to look back at us expectantly. "I guess that's our cue," I said, climbing into the truck. As we pulled away from the cabin, following the fox down the winding road, I couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and excitement. We were heading into the unknown, chasing ancient secrets and fleeing from dangers I barely understood. But for the first time in my life, I felt like I was exactly where I was meant to be. The fox led us to a small airstrip where a bush plane was waiting, its pilot giving us a knowing nod as we approached. It seemed Uncle Robert had more allies than I'd realized. As we took off, soaring over the vast Alaskan wilderness, I watched the fox grow smaller and smaller until it disappeared into the forest. Ahead of us lay the Arctic, with its secrets and dangers. The second key was out there, waiting to be found. And so our journey continued, deeper into a world of magic and mystery that I was only beginning to understand. Little did I know, the greatest challenges and the greatest revelations were yet to come. The bush plane touched down on a makeshift airstrip near the edge of the Arctic Circle, the frozen tundra stretching out in all directions as far as the eye could see. Despite the constant daylight of the Arctic summer, there was a chill in the air that seeped into my bones. As we unloaded our gear from the plane, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the stark beauty of the landscape. The vast emptiness was both breathtaking and intimidating. "Welcome to the top of the world," Uncle Robert said, shouldering his pack. "The glacier we're looking for is about a day's hike from here. We should get moving." We set off across the tundra, the spongy ground making each step a challenge. Uncle Robert led the way, occasionally consulting his compass and the strange veil-detecting devices he carried. I followed, my mind racing with questions. "Uncle Robert," I said, panting slightly from the exertion, "you said the shroud wants to tear down the veil. But what exactly would that mean? What would happen?" He was silent for a long moment, his face grim. "Chaos," he finally said. "Pure, unimaginable chaos. The veil doesn't just keep things out, Emily. It maintains the very fabric of our reality. If it were to fall completely, well, the laws of physics as we know them would cease to apply. Time and space would warp and twist. And the entities that exist beyond the veil, things our minds can barely comprehend, they would pour into our world." I shuddered, remembering the glimpse I'd caught of the thing that had chased us in the forest. The idea of such creatures roaming freely was terrifying. "But why would anyone want that?" I asked. "Power," Uncle Robert replied. "The Shroud believes that in the chaos of a broken veil, they can harness energies beyond human comprehension. They think they'll become gods, but they're fools. No human mind could withstand such power. They destroy themselves and the world along with them." We walked in silence for a while, the weight of his words settling over us like a heavy blanket. The landscape seemed to stretch on forever, a sea of hardy tundra plants and scattered rocks. In the distance, I could see the looming shape of a glacier, its blue-white surface glinting in the never-setting sun. As we approached the glacier, the air grew colder, and a mist began to form around us. It swirled and eddied in strange patterns, sometimes taking shapes that seemed almost deliberate before dissolving again. "The veil is thin here," Uncle Robert murmured, his eyes darting around warily. Stay close. And whatever you do, don't wander off. We began to climb the glacier, our crampons biting into the ice with each step. The mist grew thicker, and soon I could barely see a few feet in front of me. The only sound was our labored breathing and the crunch of ice under our feet. Suddenly, Uncle Robert stopped. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears, and then I heard it. A faint whisper, like voices carried on the wind. But there was something off about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "The cavern of whispered secrets," I breathed, remembering the riddle. Uncle Robert nodded grimly. "It's close, but be careful. In places like this, where the veil is thin, things aren't always what they seem." We pressed on, following the whispers. As we rounded a bend in the glacier, the mist suddenly cleared, revealing a sight that took my breath away. Before us was an enormous ice cave, its entrance a gaping maw in the side of the glacier. The ice here was different. It seemed to shimmer and shift, patterns and colors swirling just below the surface. "This is it," Uncle Robert said, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "The cavern of whispered secrets." As we approached the entrance, the whispers grew louder. I could almost make out words now, but they were in a language I didn't understand. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once. We stepped into the cave, the ice beneath our feet glowing with an inner light. The walls were smooth and curved like the inside of a massive geode, and everywhere there were reflections, but not of us. I saw glimpses of other places, other times, scenes that couldn't possibly exist in our world. "Don't look too closely," Uncle Robert warned. "Those are reflections of other realities. Stare too long, and you might lose yourself." We made our way deeper into the cave, the whispers growing louder with each step. The air was thick with energy, making it hard to breathe. My skin tingled, and I could feel my hair standing on end. Finally, we reached what seemed to be the heart of the cave. Here, the ice formed a perfect circle, smooth as glass. In the center, hovering a few inches above the surface, was a small object. It looked like a piece of crystal, but it pulsed with an inner light, casting rainbow reflections across the ice. "The second key," Uncle Robert breathed. I stepped forward, drawn to the key as if by an invisible force. As I reached out to take it, the whispers suddenly crescendoed into a deafening roar. The ice beneath my feet began to crack. "Emily, wait!" Uncle Robert shouted, but it was too late. As my fingers closed around the key, the world exploded into light and sound. I felt myself falling, tumbling through space and time. Images flashed before my eyes, past, present, future, realities that never were and never would be. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. I found myself standing back in the cave, the key clutched tightly in my hand. But something was wrong. The cave was silent now, the whispers gone. And Uncle Robert? I looked around frantically, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Uncle Robert," I called out, my voice echoing in the eerie silence. There was no response. I was alone in the cavern, holding a key to reality itself, with no idea how to get back or what to do next. As panic began to set in, I felt a warmth emanating from the key in my hand. I looked down and saw that it was glowing brightly, pulsing in a rhythm that felt strangely familiar. It was almost like a heartbeat. Instinctively, I closed my eyes and focused on the pulse of the key. As I did, I felt that same strange energy I'd experienced before, the power that had helped me find the first key, that had fueled the protective barrier against the creature in the forest. When I opened my eyes, I gasped. The cave around me had changed. The ice was no longer smooth and reflective. Instead, it was covered in intricate patterns and symbols, glowing with the same inner light as the key. I realized with a start that I could read these symbols, They weren't in any language I knew, and yet their meaning was clear to me. They told a story. The story of the veil, of the keys, of the delicate balance between realities. And there, hidden within the story, was a message. A message from my grandfather. To the one who holds the key, I read aloud, my voice shaking. The path is not easy, but you are not alone. Trust in yourself, in the power that flows through our bloodline. The veil responds to your will. Shape it, guide it, protect it. The third key lies where the forgotten dreams sleep, in the city beneath the waves. Find it, and restore the balance. The fate of all realities rests in your hands. As I finished reading, the symbols faded, leaving the ice smooth and unremarkable once more. But the key in my hand pulsed warmly, as if in acknowledgement. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. I didn't fully understand what had happened or what it all meant. But I knew one thing for certain. I had to find the third key. Uncle Robert was out there somewhere, and the shroud was still a threat. The fate of the world, of all worlds, depended on me. With newfound determination, I made my way out of the cave. The Arctic landscape stretched before me, vast and unforgiving. But for the first time since this journey began, I felt a sense of purpose, of destiny. As I stepped out onto the glacier, I saw movement in the distance. For a moment I tensed, fearing it might be the shroud. But as the figure drew closer, I realized it was the same fox we had seen before, its fur gleaming like fire against the ice. It looked at me with those eerily intelligent eyes, then turned and began to trot across the glacier. I smiled despite everything. It seemed my guide had found me once again. "All right," I said to myself, clutching the key tightly. "Let's go find a city beneath the waves." And with that, I set off across the ice, following the fox into the unknown. The third key was waiting, and with it, the power to save not just our world, but all realities. My ordinary life as a software engineer in San Francisco felt like a distant dream now. I was Emily Chen, heir to an ancient legacy, protector of the veil, and my journey was far from over. The journey from the Arctic to the coast of Greece was a blur of long flights, tense layovers, and constant vigilance. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential shroud agent, every stranger a possible threat. The 2 keys we had collected so far were a constant presence, their energy a low hum at the edge of my consciousness. I had spent the journey poring over my grandfather's journal, trying to decipher the clues about the third key. The city beneath the waves had immediately made me think of Atlantis, the legendary sunken city. But surely it couldn't be that simple, could it? As our small chartered boat cut through the waters of the Aegean Sea, I couldn't help but marvel at how much my life had changed in just a few short weeks. The Emily Chen who had boarded a plane to Alaska, worried about deadlines and debugging code, felt like a different person entirely. "We're getting close," the captain called out, his voice carrying over the sound of the waves and the engine. "You sure this is where you want to be? There's nothing out here but open water." I exchanged a glance with Dr. Alara Winters, the marine archaeologist we had recruited to help us. She had been skeptical at first, but after seeing the keys and experiencing some of the strange phenomena that seemed to follow them, she had become a believer. "This is the place," I said with more confidence than I felt. "Trust me." As if in response to my words, the key in my pocket began to pulse with warmth. I pulled it out, gasping as I saw it was glowing brightly, its light piercing even the bright Mediterranean sun. Suddenly, the sea around us began to churn. The captain swore loudly in Greek, fighting with the wheel as waves rocked the boat. And then, to our amazement, the water in front of us began to part, revealing a shimmering, translucent dome beneath the waves. "Impossible," Dr. Winters breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. But I knew better. After everything I'd seen, impossible was just another Tuesday. "Take us in," I told the captain, who looked at me like I was insane but complied nonetheless. As we passed through the dome, the world around us shifted. The bright blue of the Mediterranean was replaced by an eerie, greenish light. And there, spreading out before us in all its impossible glory, was a city. Spires of crystal and opalescent stone reached towards a non-existent sky. Streets paved with what looked like mother-of-pearl wound between buildings that defied earthly architecture. And everywhere there was life. Plants that couldn't exist under the sea, strange creatures that looked like a mix of fish and mammals, and... Are those... people? Dr. Winters gasped, pointing at figures moving about the city. They looked human, but there was something off about them. Their skin had a faint blue tinge, and I could see gills pulsing on their necks. The inhabitants of Atlantis, I murmured, the knowledge coming to me from somewhere deep inside, a part of me that was connected to this place. They didn't die when the city sank. They adapted. As our boat docked at what appeared to be a marina, a group of these Atlanteans approached. They moved with an otherworldly grace, their eyes large and dark, regarding us with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. One of them stepped forward, a tall figure adorned with intricate jewelry that seemed to be made of living coral. When he spoke, his voice was melodious, with an accent I couldn't place. "Welcome, Keeper of the Keys," he said, his gaze fixed on me. "We have awaited your arrival for many long years." I stepped off the boat on shaky legs, still trying to process everything I was seeing. "You know who I am?" I asked. The Atlantean nodded solemnly. "We have kept watch over the third key since the days of your ancestor, Elias Chen. He entrusted it to us, knowing that one day, when the veil grew thin and the balance was threatened, his descendant would come to claim it." I felt a swell of emotion at the mention of my grandfather. Even now, years after his passing, he was still guiding me, still protecting the world. "Please," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "I need the key. The veil is weakening, and there are those who would tear it down completely." The Atlantean's face grew grave. "We know of the danger. The echoes of discord have reached even our secluded realm. Come, Keeper. The key awaits, but claiming it will not be easy. You must prove yourself worthy, as your ancestor did before you." As we followed the Atlanteans into the heart of their impossible city, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and trepidation. What trials awaited me? And more importantly, would I be able to overcome them? The fate of not just our world, but all realities, hung in the balance. And as the distant sound of something large moving through the waters reached my ears, I realized that our arrival hadn't gone unnoticed. The shroud was coming, and time was running out. The race for the final key was on, and the true test of my newfound powers was about to begin. Little did I know, the greatest challenge wouldn't be claiming the key, but confronting the truth about my family's legacy and my own destiny. As we delved deeper into the heart of Atlantis, I steeled myself for whatever lay ahead. I was Emily Chen, Keeper of the Keys, Protector of the Veil, and I was ready to face my destiny. The Atlantean city was a maze of crystalline corridors and chambers that seemed to shift and change as we passed through them. Our guide, who had introduced himself as Narration, led us to a vast circular room dominated by a pool of water so still it looked like a mirror. "This is the Chamber of Reflections," Narration explained, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "It is here that you will face the trial of tides." I swallowed hard, trying to quell the nervousness rising in my chest. "What exactly does this trial entail?" Narration's large dark eyes regarded me solemnly. "The trial is different for each keeper. It will challenge not just your physical abilities, but your mind, your heart, and your very understanding of reality. Are you prepared to begin?" I glanced at Dr. Winters, who gave me an encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, I turned back to Narration. "I'm ready." As soon as the words left my mouth, the room began to change. The walls seemed to melt away, replaced by an endless expanse of ocean. The floor beneath my feet became transparent, giving the illusion that I was standing on the surface of the water. Narration and Dr. Winters had vanished. I was alone in this strange, liminal space, suspended between sea and sky. Suddenly, the water beneath me began to swirl, forming images. I saw flashes of the past. My grandfather on his expeditions, the founding of the custodians of the Veil, ancient battles against forces that defied description. The history of my family's legacy played out beneath my feet like a living tapestry. Then the images shifted, showing me visions of possible futures. I saw worlds where the veil had fallen, realities twisted beyond recognition, horrors unleashed upon an unsuspecting earth. But I also saw hope. Worlds preserved, balance maintained, the veil strong and intact. A voice echoed around me, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Keeper of the keys, you stand at a crossroads of realities. The choices you make will ripple across time and space. Are you prepared to bear this burden? I am, I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. The water beneath me surged upward, enveloping me in a cocoon of liquid. But strangely, I found I could breathe. As I floated in this womb-like space, I felt a presence, ancient, powerful, and undeniably alive. Emily Chen, the presence spoke directly into my mind. You have come far, but your greatest test lies ahead. To claim the final key, you must understand the true nature of the veil, and your role as its keeper. Suddenly, I was no longer in my body. My consciousness expanded, spreading out across realities. I saw the veil for what it truly was. Not a simple barrier, but a complex, living network that connected and separated countless realities. It was beautiful and terrifying, a cosmic tapestry of unimaginable complexity, and I saw my place within it. The keepers weren't just guardians. They were part of the veil itself. Our bloodline was woven into its very fabric, our lives and choices reverberating across realities. The enormity of it threatened to overwhelm me. How could one person bear such responsibility? How could I possibly be worthy of this? You are not alone, the presence reassured me. Every keeper before you has faced this moment of doubt. But you have a strength within you, Emily. A strength born of compassion, of determination, of the very human desire to protect and nurture. That is why you were chosen. Images flashed through my mind, my life in San Francisco, my journey to Alaska, the challenges I'd faced and overcome. I saw myself through the eyes of others. Uncle Robert's pride, Dr. Winters' admiration, even the respect of the Atlanteans. I saw myself through the eyes of others. Uncle Robert's pride, Dr. Winters' admiration, even the respect of the Atlanteans. I saw the strength I possessed, not despite my ordinary life, but because of it. My analytical mind, my perseverance, my ability to adapt, all skills I'd honed as a software engineer, now serving me in this greater purpose. You are ready, the presence declared. Claim your birthright, keeper of the keys. The water around me began to swirl, faster and faster, until it formed a vortex. At its heart, I saw a glimmer of light. Instinctively, I reached out, my fingers closing around something solid. In a rush, I found myself back in the chamber of reflections, gasping for air. In my hand was the third key, a small, iridescent object that seemed to shift between liquid and solid as I watched. Narration and Dr. Winters were there, looking at me with a mixture of awe and concern. You did it, Dr. Winters breathed. Emily, are you all right? I nodded, still trying to process everything I'd experienced. I understand now, I said, my voice hoarse. I know what we have to do. Before I could explain further, an alarm echoed through the chamber. Narration's face paled. The city's defenses have been breached. he said urgently. "The shroud has found us." My heart raced, but I felt a strange calm settle over me. I knew what I had to do. "Take us to the highest point in the city," I told Naren. "Quickly." As we raced through the crystalline corridors, I could hear the sounds of battle echoing through the city. The shroud had brought an army, and the Atlanteans were fighting back with weapons that looked like a fusion of technology and magic. We emerged onto a balcony at the top of the tallest spire. From here, I could see the entire city, and the dark shapes of shroud vessels penetrating the dome that protected Atlantis from the ocean above. "Emily, what are you going to do?" Dr. Winters asked, her voice tight with fear. I smiled, feeling the power of the 3 keys thrumming through me. "What I was born to do," I replied. "I'm going to mend the veil." I held out the 3 keys, feeling their energies intertwine. As if responding to my will, they began to glow, brighter and brighter, until they were like 3 miniature suns. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my mind to the veil itself. I could feel it now, a vast living network that spanned realities. And I could feel the weak spots, the places where it had begun to fray. Channeling the power of the keys, I began to weave. It was like writing the most complex code of my life, but instead of a computer language, I was programming reality itself. I mended the weak spots, reinforced the boundaries between worlds, all while maintaining the delicate connections that allowed the multiverse to function. I was vaguely aware of the battle raging around me, of Dr. Winters and Naren protecting me from shroud agents who had made it this far. But my focus remained on my task. As I worked, I felt other presences joining me, the spirits of past keepers, lending me their strength and knowledge. My grandfather was there, his familiar presence a comfort as I faced this monumental task. With a final surge of effort, I completed the weaving. The veil snapped back into place, stronger than ever. A shock wave of energy burst from me, washing over the city and beyond. I opened my eyes to see the shroud vessels disintegrating, their occupants crying out as they were banished back to their own reality. The dome over Atlantis shimmered, reinforced by the power of the mended veil. As the last echoes of battle faded, I turned to Dr. Winters and Naren, a tired smile on my face. "It's done," I said simply. In the days that followed, as we helped the Atlanteans rebuild and said our goodbyes, I had time to reflect on my journey. I was no longer the same Emily Chen who had left San Francisco just a few weeks ago. I was the keeper of the keys, the guardian of the veil, protector of realities. But I was also still me, a software engineer who enjoyed a good cup of coffee and scratching her cat behind the ears. And I realized that was the point. The strength to bear this responsibility came not from some mystical power, but from my very humanity. As our boat cut through the waves, leaving the hidden city of Atlantis behind, I looked out at the horizon. The world seemed bigger now, filled with more wonder and mystery than I'd ever imagined. And I was ready to face whatever came next. Uncle Robert was waiting for us at the dock, having found his way back after our separation in the Arctic. As I hugged him tightly, I felt a sense of completion. My family, my legacy, my destiny, all had led me to this moment. "What now?" Dr. Winters asked as we drove away from the coast. I smiled, feeling the comforting weight of the keys in my pocket. "Now, we keep watch, we protect, we live." And so, as we drove back towards the familiar streets of my old life, I knew that everything had changed, and yet nothing had. I was Emily Chen, software engineer and keeper of the keys. And my greatest adventure was just beginning.